Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the MHA What If with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku and Dynamite Had to Cook Together? All credits for this video go to their respective authors, so please support the real author. Check out the link in the description for more details. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. It's a bright and sunny afternoon when the PR team for number 2 pro hero Dynamite is asked to do the impossible, make him more likable to the public. Kotaro almost quits on the spot. He spends a long moment standing at his desk, staring at all the pictures and miscellaneous other decorations he has acquired over the last 6 or so years that he has spent working with the PR department of the hero agency, and considers whether he would be able to fit them all into one cardboard box or if it would take him 2 trips to get them all out to his car. He's been given a lot of challenges in his time working in PR, but before this moment, he's never been given something he considers outright impossible. It's true that Katsuki Bakugo, known to the public as the pro hero Dynamite, is number 2 in the rankings, but it has nothing to do with his popularity and everything to do with how skilled of a hero he is. Nobody can deny that he's talented, dedicated, and hardworking. He's practically run himself to the bone more than once and has put his life on the line to save the entire city more times than some pro heroes of the past ever did in their entire career, and he's only been a pro hero for a few years. And for those reasons, and those reasons alone, he ranks as high as he does. He never lets a villain escape, he plays semi-nicely with the other heroes, depending on who the other heroes are, and he keeps his collateral damage to a minimum. If he's called to a villain attack, the civilians of the city feel safe and secure under his care. Which is a great thing, there's no dismissing that. But that's about where the great things end for Katsuki Bakugo. He's notorious for having a bad attitude. His vocabulary can be so vulgar sometimes that Kotaro has heard him use words that he didn't even know were words before, and getting him to do any sort of public interfacing was damn near impossible. He didn't stick around after fights to check on the civilians, he didn't do meet and greets, and last week he got reprimanded for yelling at an elderly lady who had gotten in his way and caused him to nearly lose the villain he had been chasing. The videos of it had gone viral before he had even finished arresting the villain. By the time he had made it back to headquarters, the boss had already gotten at least 3 calls about it, and PR had already been tasked with doing damage control. For the majority of the time that Kotaro had been assigned to Bakugo's team, damage control had been the main thing that they did. It was becoming somewhat of a specialty of his at this point, as much as that wasn't a particularly good thing to be able to admit. It was this very reprimand that had spurred the hero agency to take such a strong stance on changing his public appearance. Everyone had always known that it was bad, but he was consistently ranking high and continued to put out good work, so it was something that everyone had agreed in one of those unspoken sort of ways to just sweep under the rug and ignore until it couldn't be ignored anymore. This appeared to be the moment that it couldn't be ignored anymore. And really, Kotaro could find another job. Really, he could. He wasn't sure what else he could do. After all the years he'd spent training for this job and then training at this job, he didn't really have skills that suited him for something else, but he was willing to scrap his whole career and start over before he was willing to have the black mark that was Katsuki Bakugo's public reputation looming over his head for all of eternity. Because right now, he could still get out. But if he tried to get out after what was undoubtedly about to be the biggest failure of all time, well, nobody would take him then. What work would he have to show for himself? He would have to point to the flaming mess that was Bakugo's reputation and say that he had been in charge of that and it had still turned out that way. He would have to say that he had a hand in that. And who would hire him after that? Surely nobody would take him then. But if he left now, before he had to admit that, before he had to take credit for what was going to become a huge disaster, there was still hope for him. The longer he stared, the more he thought he could fit all of his items in one box. It had taken the convincing of his other 2 teammates, Hanaku and Hiroto, to at least try and come up with an idea and give it an attempt instead of quitting before even beginning. They had stood next to him at his desk for no less than 10 minutes, reminding him that they were a team with their words, pleading him not to leave them alone with their eyes. They had been through a lot together, the 3 of them, and Kotaro couldn't let them down. Still, the idea of that cardboard box sounded really good, but he had agreed to at least try. And so that's what they were doing, They were trying, desperately, sitting around their usual table, to come up with some idea that would give them even a semblance of a chance of success. They were trying to come up with something that Bakugo would even agree to, and that was already a hard enough selling point. We can't have him doing public appearances, Kotaro points out, and he watches Hanako's face fall as he shoots down her idea, just like he's shot down every idea she's had before this one. He would never agree to that. He's not really in the position to agree or disagree, she reminds him, reaching for her mug of tea and holding it between both of her hands. This is being ordered by the president of the agency. It's not something he can refuse. Kotaro hadn't been there when Bakugo had been told about this change. He'd just received an email in his inbox first thing this morning, innocuously charging him with the single worst task of his entire career, but he can imagine that Bakugo hadn't taken it particularly well. Bakugo didn't often take criticisms of his behavior well, especially ones that he felt justified. And there was no doubt in Kotaro's mind that he felt justified in yelling at that woman because the single most important thing in Bakugo's life is catching villains, and anyone who stands in his way deserves his wrath in his eyes. I've seen him walk straight out of the president's office before. Hiroto pipes up, glancing around as if he's sharing some secret, as if everyone hasn't heard his shouting through nearly every level of this building. The president was in the middle of a sentence and he just stood up and marched right out. You can never be too sure. Kotaro is pretty sure that only happened once. Once, not because the president laid down the law on him, but because Izuku Midoriya, #1 pro-hero Deku and the only person on the face of the earth who can stand toe-to-toe with Bakugo, apparently, had apologized profusely to the president before marching out of there and practically dragging Bakugo back into the office by his ear like a petulant child. There'd been a lot of angry mumbling between the two of them and a few hollered threats from Bakugo, but Midoriya hadn't let go for even a second and Bakugo hadn't walked out of the second half of that conversation, whatever it had been about. He may be a lot of things, Hanako shakes her head, but he's not dumb enough to send his whole career down in flames. Everyone knows being a hero is the only thing he's ever wanted to do. If there's anything he'll swallow his pride for, it's to keep his career. And while it may be hard to picture Katsuki Bakugo swallowing his pride for anything, Kotaro knows that Hanako has a point. Anyone who has spent any amount of time with him, and PR certainly has, or has tried to at the very least, knows that being a hero is the most important thing to him. So if he were to ever swallow his pride, this is the thing he would swallow it for. It's just a matter of finding the right tactic that not only gets him to agree, but makes him seem likable without changing too much of who he is. It's a matter of, Kotaro's mind snags on Hanako's statement, playing it back in his mind, the first threads of an idea start to form in his mind. What we need, Kotaro continues on, his brain following down a new train of thoughts, is a way to let the public get to know more about him. Because what do we know besides the fact that he's always wanted to be a hero? Practically nothing. And the public knows even less about him than we do. It's literally their job to know as much about him as possible so they can decide what to share with the public and what to keep from the public, and even they don't know a damn thing about the man. On one hand, it has made their job a little bit easier over the years. There's no decision to be made about what to keep from the public when Bakugo chooses to keep everything from everyone all on his own. There's never any loose ends to tie up, never any scandalous photos surfacing or rumors spreading. He keeps everything under such tight lock and key that the only damage control they're ever doing is over his bad attitude. But it also makes it very hard for the public to connect with him, and right now, with the public feeling alienated and frustrated with him, that's what they need. They need to see him as a person, not just a hero. They need to know and understand him, to relate to him, to sympathize with him if that's what it takes. Kotaro doesn't care. They just need to feel something towards him other than distaste. You think that there has to be some humanity in there somewhere? Hanako teases, smiling as she finally takes a sip of the tea she's been holding all this time. We just need to find it and expose it. I mean, he is human, Kotaro argues before sighing, his shoulders dropping as he leans back in his chair. But I'm not exactly willing to end up hospitalized with burn wounds because I tried to be nosy when he didn't want me to be. Because his idea, or the threads of it that they were just starting to weave together, could work. It was the basis of PR, going back to the very fundamentals. But things were fundamental for a reason, because they worked. And this would work, too, if Bakugo weren't so private to everyone around him. The moment Kotaro tried to ask a single personal question, tried to push even a little bit harder for an answer to something, Bakugo would blow his ass to high hell and walk away without a second thought. They didn't know anything about him because he didn't slip up, so prying or spying seemed to be their two options, and neither one came without a pre-signed death certificate. Except there may be one other way. Well, that's easy then. Hiroto leans back in his own chair, but he looks remarkably at ease as he addresses the other two. If we need some more personal information on Bakugo, there's one obvious place to go for that. The stack of papers that sits to Izuku's left is so tall, he can barely see over it. It's his own fault that it's gotten to this point, and he can't deny that, but it doesn't make it any easier for him to force himself to get through it. If he had his way, he'd ignore it for another 2 weeks and be out on the streets, working alongside his other pro-heroes to help keep the city safe. But he knew when he took the job that paperwork was part of it, no matter how much he disliked it, and he was certainly pushing the limit of how long he could G away with ignoring his before he had not only passed the deadline but left it completely in the dust. Still, the sheet that he'd been staring at for the last 5 minutes was half blank, the pen clasped loosely in his hand, his brain wandering further and further away from what he was supposed to be writing with every passing second. Really, at this point, the incidents that he was writing about were already done and completely handled, the case is closed. He didn't feel like he really needed to write anything down when there wasn't even anything to follow up on anymore, but he wasn't one to break the rules anymore. Or if he did break the rules, he at least did so strategically, and to some sort of gain, and this didn't fall into either of those categories. The door opens to his office, and it's the perfect distraction, something to allow Izuku to ignore his paperwork even longer. There's already a smile on his lips at just the thought as he lifts his gaze only to find Katsuki standing in the doorway, regarding him. "Kaken," Izuku greets, his smile warming as he looks at Katsuki, who hasn't made a point to fully enter the room. "What are you doing here? I thought you were on patrol today? Do you keep tabs on my schedule or something?" Katsuki asks, and when Izuku gestures to the calendar on his wall that has both of their schedules written onto it in color-coded ink, he simply snorts and mutters a fond, "Fucking nerd." Truthfully, most of the time their schedules lined up. It was a known fact that they worked best together and that every scene had a higher success rate when they both showed up to the fight. So more often than not, their schedules lined up perfectly. It had been one of the reasons they had chosen to go to the same agency after graduation. They had wanted to be able to continue working together, developing their teamwork and furthering their skills. And Izuku had wanted to keep spending time with Katsuki. After so many years of his life chasing after Katsuki, he had finally caught up to him, and now he felt like he had so much time to make up for, so he wasn't about to give up even a moment of it. But there were times like today where Izuku had procrastinated his paperwork past the point of no return, and so they were forced to be separated for a day until he could catch back up again. Katsuki was better about his paperwork, cramming it in over his lunch break or getting a few pieces done every night before going home. Izuku admired his dedication. He had been that way back at UA too, so dedicated to his studying and always done with his homework well before everyone else. And it wasn't that Izuku didn't find the paperwork valuable, it was just that he found it tedious and boring and generally stupid and useless, and he just hated doing it and was usually too tired to think straight by the end of one of his shifts. "So, what are you doing here?" Izuku asks after a moment of silence when Katsuki doesn't elaborate any further. Katsuki hesitates for a long second in the doorway before finally stepping into the room, and now that he's all the way inside, Izuku can see that he's holding something in his hand. The way he had been leaning on the doorframe had been hiding it before, blocking it behind the wall. Izuku recognizes the lunchbox immediately, and he can feel the confusion on his face as he watches Katsuki approach his desk. "Here," Katsuki says gruffly, no preamble or explanation as he extends the lunchbox towards Izuku and his desk. Izuku looks at it for a long moment. "You made me a lunch?" Immediately, Katsuki pulls the lunchbox back towards himself, practically clutching it to his chest. "If you're going to be a little shit about it, I'll find someone else to give it to." "No." Izuku shoots up from his chair immediately, bracing one hand on top of his desk as he leans over it, nearly knocking over his towering stack of papers in the process. His fingers almost graze the fabric encasing the lunchbox, but it's just too far away for him to get a grip on it. I want it. I just wasn't expecting it. Katsuki huffs and doesn't relent, holding the lunchbox firm outside of Izuku's reach. I knew you had paperwork duty today, he begins. And Izuku can't help but chime in, oh, are you keeping tabs on my schedule? He laughs through the dark glare he gets in response and retreats immediately as Katsuki reaches out to smack his outstretched hand in retaliation. He presses on, as if Izuku hadn't interrupted him. And I know you're too stubborn and stupid to bother going out to get lunch. And we have patrol together tomorrow as long as your dumb ass gets all your shit done today. So I just thought it would help keep you alive so you don't slow me down tomorrow. That's really thoughtful, Kaken. Izuku replies after a moment, the hand that had been reaching for the lunchbox falling flat against his desk with his other hand. Shut the fuck up, Katsuki says immediately, but his cheeks are dusted the familiar shade of pink they turn whenever he's done something nice, and Izuku has acknowledged it. They'd had a rough past, but they'd overcome that and managed to become best friends in the grand scheme of things, and Izuku was thankful for that, more than anything else in his life, even his quirk, even if Katsuki still struggled a lot of the time to show any sort of emotion or affection. He did little things like this and then immediately took them back or threatened Izuku with the same certain death that he'd yet to make good on if Izuku ever told anyone. But still, it never failed to make Izuku's heart feel warm, to grow 3 sizes in his chest as he felt the magnitude of the gesture, no matter how much Katsuki didn't want him to. Before Izuku can say anything else, Katsuki's phone dings and he glances at it briefly before groaning. Here, he extends the lunchbox to Izuku with a little haste, and Izuku knows immediately that it means he's running late for patrol and that they're not the only two who know that. Whoever had just sent him a message is obviously waiting for him. Just eat it, okay? And don't get used to this shit. You need to learn to take care of yourself eventually, dumbass. What would you be without me? Useless. Izuku answers easily and with a warm smile as he accepts the lunchbox happily. You're still useless, even with me. Katsuki quips back as he heads for the door. Izuku replies and Katsuki barely manages to shoot him a sharp grin in acknowledgement before he disappears out the door without saying anything else to Izuku. He doesn't make it far, though, before Izuku hears him again, talking to someone in the hallway. What the hell are you doing here? Izuku leans to the side in his seat, lunchbox still secure in his hands, trying to see who Katsuki's talking to, but they're both out of his sight. When the other person responds, he doesn't recognize the voice. I was just stopping in to talk to Midoriya. What the fuck for? Katsuki asks, but even without being able to see him, Izuku can feel how rushed he is. Never mind whatever. Just don't waste his time, got it? He's got enough shit to do. Understood. The other voice replies. And then Izuku can hear Katsuki's heavy footfalls hustle down the hallway. He insists on wearing heavy boots because they match his hero costume well, even though they do nothing to aid in his stealth. He has the ability to be stealthy if he really puts in the effort, but it's never been Katsuki's style, and that's something Izuku can acknowledge. It's something he has acknowledged in the numerous different entries in his hero notebooks that he's made on Katsuki, the numerous different analyses he's made on Katsuki's fighting style. There's a faint knock on Izuku's already open door, and he spares a moment to think that he'll never actually get his paperwork done today, which makes him feel both elated and horrified to know that it'll just be hanging over his head for another day, and then he looks up. He recognizes the face of the man looking back at him, but only vaguely. Hello. Izuku smiles and gestures for the man to enter his office. The man does, and as he gets closer, Izuku starts to recognize him more. He's never interacted much with him as he's a part of Katsuki's PR team, not of Izuku's own, but it's not uncommon for their teams to work together since he and Katsuki often work together. It's also not uncommon for Izuku to listen to Katsuki complaining about his PR team and all the things they want him to do. Midoriya, good afternoon. I'm sorry for interrupting your lunch. I can come back later if you want. No. Please, Kotaro, sit down. Izuku interrupts before Kotaro can say anything further. Kotaro's eyebrows raise so high, they nearly disappear behind the longer strands of hair that fall over his forehead. You remember my name? He says almost wistfully. No wonder the public loves you so much. Izuku laughs, a little nervously as Kotaro finally sits down. Oh, well, I certainly don't remember the name of everyone I meet in public. No, Kotaro agrees. I imagine that would be nearly impossible. Are you sure I'm not interrupting your lunch? Izuku glances down at the lunchbox on his table. I'm sure. Kaken just dropped this off for me. But he knows that I'm busy today, so he wouldn't have made anything that needs to stay warm. It'll be alright if it sits for a bit. If Izuku had thought that Kotaro had looked surprised before, it was nothing compared to how surprised he looked now. Bakugo made that? He asks after a moment of silence, gesturing to the lunchbox as if there were some potential confusion as to what they could be talking about. Yeah. Izuku can't stop a wry smile. It's not surprising that Kotaro would be surprised to find out that Katsuki can cook. It seems drastically out of character for the notoriously gruff and unapproachable man that Katsuki was. Kaken actually really enjoys cooking and he's really good at it. The food he makes is always delicious. He's very skilled too. He makes these super complicated dishes and he makes it look easy. The look of disbelief stays on Kotaro's face. So Izuku reaches for the lunchbox and begins to unwrap the fabric surrounding it before opening it to show the lunch that's inside. He tilts it so that Kotaro can get a better look at the intricately made bento. Kotaro leans forward in his seat to inspect it, eyes wide the entire time. I had no idea he could do something like that, he finally says. That earns a warm laugh out of Izuku. Most people don't. He has a lot of secret talents and a lot of softer sides. This is one of the ones he's generally more willing to show. He's let more people eat his cooking than he's ever let people see his other soft sides. A strange look passes over Kotaro's face and then suddenly he's shooting up out of the chair he had just been occupying and rushing towards the door. Thank you, Midoriya. Izuku starts to ask, but Kotaro is already out the door and around the corner before he can even ask what. It was a strange encounter and he's not honestly sure why Kotaro had come into his office in the first place, but the delicious food sitting in front of him and the tall stack of papers that's still looming over him tell him that he doesn't have time to care about Kotaro or the weird encounter. Not until tomorrow, at least. So Izuku tries to shrug it off and tells himself with a stern conviction that he will double down on his paperwork as soon as he finishes eating the lunch that Katsuki had made for him. For a long, long moment, the room is filled with nothing but complete, reverberating silence. The moment stretches on for what feels like eternities, and for a moment, Kotaro considers that perhaps he's actually gone deaf. And then Michael, the president of the Hero Agency, finally speaks. You want to have a cooking show with Dynamite, yes? Kotaro repeats, hoping he sounds more certain of his idea than he actually is. It's still highly likely that Bakugo will try to blast him straight off the face of the earth when he hears about this. Midoriya had said that he didn't really let people see his softer sides. But he had also said that cooking was the one soft side he was most willing to share, and really, it was the only thing any of them had to work with right now, so Kotaro was going to take it and he was going to run with it, and then he was likely going to keep running because he would have a very angry number 2 pro hero chasing him down with a string of creative curse words flying out of his mouth. Michael regards him, but he doesn't shut the idea down immediately, and that's definitely progress. Elaborate. Kotaro looks over to Hanaku and Hiroto, who are looking at him with equally shocked expressions. He hadn't really given them any additional heads up. In fact, he'd barely slurred the idea out to them before dragging them straight to Michael's office and practically barging in the door before he even remembered to knock. If he was going to try, this was going to be his attempt. It was just the right amount of absolutely insane to work. Well, I figure it can be something that we stream so that way Dynamite doesn't have to do any actual public interaction. But it's a great way to let the public know more about him. If we give him free range to cook whatever he likes, he's likely to share family recipes which will lead to stories of his childhood or where the recipes came from, plus it's a relatable skill and a way for him to connect with the public. Everyone needs to cook. Kotaro explains, and MUC to his delight, he watches Michael nod along to each point he makes. It will take some figuring out. Where to hold it, what time of day? Can Dynamite take a day off of work to cook? Do they stream it live, or is it the kind of thing they should film ahead of time and then air later? But those were questions for him, Hiroto and Hanaku to research if they got the green light from both Michael and Bakugo. Those were questions that he didn't need to worry about right now because they didn't matter unless he got approval of his idea. Those were the easier details, the things he could figure out with a few clicks of his keyboard. He didn't have to stand in the middle of his boss' office sweating to come to a conclusion about those. He could have that all answered before the day was over. Everyone needs to cook. Michael repeats after another brief moment of silence, and there seems to be some sort of decision in his expression. I like it, it's unexpected. It will show exactly the kind of new side we're looking for to the public. We just need to verify that Dynamite is actually a good cook before we proceed any further with this plan. Michael turns to look at Hiroto and Hanaku. Will one of you call him in, please? Well, Kotaro tells himself as he tries to steel his spine, step 1 accomplished. On to step 2, don't die. In general, Katsuki hates patrol. He's constantly looking for an excuse to get out of it, and it's significantly worse when he's stuck doing it without shitty Deku at his side. The nerd might be annoying, but at least his constant chattering is some sort of company. And more than that, he does a good job of dealing with all the crowds of people that want to approach them so that Katsuki doesn't have to. The worst Izuku ever does is drag him begrudgingly into a photo, and, as much as Katsuki will curse him out under his breath until they're in the earshot of the civilian who has asked for the photo, he doesn't really mind all that much. So on the days when Izuku gets stuck doing something else, Katsuki will spend the entire time he's stuck on patrol looking for an excuse to get off of it. His ideal way to get out of it is to get called into a fight, of course. That's his ideal way to get out of any situation that he ever faces in his life, good or bad. He'll take getting called into a fight over damn near anything else. But second to that, he really won't be picky. At least, he wouldn't have thought he'd be picky about 15 minutes ago, but now that he's been called off patrol be told that he's going to be forced into hosting a weekly cooking show, he's suddenly changed his tune. Patrol looks great right now. Hell, he'll pose for 1,000,000 photos, shake hands, kiss baby heads, he doesn't give a shit. Now he'll do damn near anything to get out of this situation because it turns out there is something worse than patrol on his own, and it's this exact moment he finds himself living in. I'm gonna need you to repeat that for me one more time, he says lowly, eyes fixated on Kotaro. He does know all of his PR team members by name mostly so that he can complain about them to Izuku without confusing Izuku by referring to them vaguely by some personality trait that is inconsequential and too unassuming to actually be any sort of identifier. He had done that in the beginning, and then he'd never been able to actually get around to his complaining because Izuku would stop him every 3 words to try and clarify who they were talking about, and then he would somehow always be confused on how they got onto that topic. Because there's no fucking way I heard you correctly. Michael, for all it's worth, doesn't look bothered by the sharp glare that Katsuki is throwing around the room like shards of glass. It's how he became the president of the hero agency. He had to be able to wrangle a bunch of pro-heroes and keep them in line and check their behavior, and he couldn't do that if he wilted underneath their attitudes or felt threatened by their quirks. It was why he seemed so confident giving this assignment to Katsuki, so certain that he would accept his fate without much of a fight. What a bold thing to think, after knowing Katsuki for all these years. Katsuki, of all people, never went down without a fight for anything, and this was certainly not about to be any sort of exception. His PR team, though, looked properly frightened, and Kotaro looked like he might be physically incapable of repeating the words he just said to Katsuki, as if they had literally been chased straight off of his tongue. He was staring vaguely in Katsuki's direction but was definitively not meeting Katsuki's gaze, no matter how hard Katsuki stared directly at him. This will only benefit your career. Michael answers when Kotaro doesn't seem able to step up the way he needs to. Katsuki almost wants to smile wickedly at the knowledge that he's scared Kotaro into silence. Your popularity will increase and you'll gain an entirely new fan base. I don't need any fan base. Katsuki spits, but this is when he knows that he's starting to lose. He and Michael have had this argument more than once in the years that Katsuki has been working at his agency, and every time they have, it's ended up with Michael getting his way in the end. I didn't become a hero so people would post my face on their walls or some creepy shit. I became a hero to catch villains, and I can't do that if I'm too busy playing house and making soup. Michael, infuriatingly, looks bemused. Well, you'll have free reign of the menu, so you're welcome to make more than just soup. You know what I mean, you bastard? Katsuki spits and his PR team seems to take in a collective sharp gasp at the fact that he would say such a brash and rude thing to the president directly. Of course, Michael doesn't even bat an eye. He's even more of a bastard than Katsuki accused him to be. Your options are limited. Either you agree to this cooking show in an attempt to repair your public reputation, or you're put on leave for a currently undetermined amount of time. Michael reclines in his chair and levels Katsuki a look that comes with the same levels of intensity that Katsuki's own has been giving off since he walked into this room 10 minutes ago. In the time that Katsuki has been a pro-hero, and before that, really, even back when he was a student at UA, he's dealt with his fair share of bureaucratic bullshit, but this was taking the cake. All he'd done was ask that old woman if it was possible for her to move her old ass any slower, a valid question, really, because Katsuki didn't think he'd ever seen someone move that slow before, and when she'd gotten offended instead of understanding his point, he'd told her to find the fuck out because he had places to be and she was getting in the way of him being there. And sure, it wasn't his best move, he could admit that. But it also wasn't the first time he'd done something like that, so he wasn't sure why he was suddenly being punished for something that wasn't a new behavior. Where did you even come up with this god-awful idea, anyways? Katsuki asks instead of addressing Michael's statement. He refuses to give the bastard the pleasure of bowing down to his ultimatum that easily. That question seems to give Kotaro back the courage to talk, and he looks pleased for a moment, like Katsuki asked him something he actually knows the answer to. I saw the lunchbox you made, Midoriya. Katsuki should have known. He should have fucking known that Izuku would somehow be involved in this. Because there wasn't anyone else that really knew that Katsuki could, let alone that he liked to. Back at UA, he had cooked a few times, so some of the other pro heroes knew that he was decent at it, but certainly not enough to think of him as anything above ordinary or that his skills were beyond that to just get him by. And even if any of them remembered his skills as better than what they were in high school, it wasn't like any of them were loitering around his agency's headquarters just waiting for a moment to gossip about his cooking skills. But he had seen Kotaro outside of Izuku's office earlier today, right after he'd dropped the lunchbox off. He'd though TI was suspicious then since Kotaro was a member of his PR team and not Izuku's, but he'd blown it off since his and Izuku's PR teams had worked together on things in the past. Now he finds himself regretting it, wishing he had pressed for more answers despite the fact that he had already been late for patrol. Now he wishes he had dragged Kotaro out of there himself, insisted that the damn nerd had too much paperwork to do, something that would have prevented the two of them from ever talking and leading to this. Should have known it would have been fucking Deku? Katsuki mumbles under his breath. Well, I don't think Midoriya has any idea. Kotaro rushes to explain, coming immediately to Izuku's defense. He was just telling me how good you are at cooking and how delicious everything you make is, and I sort of ran out of there as soon as I got the idea. And if you cooking is good enough for the #1 pro hero, it must be good enough for the rest of the world. Michael adds in. It's not wrong. His cooking is fucking excellent. It's good enough for the rest of the world, and it's definitely good enough for Izuku. The damn mooch is constantly eating as much of it as he can get his hands on. He practically never has any food in his own house and instead shows up at Katsuki's door, exhausted and starving most days of the week. Katsuki has started to make 2 servings of everything he cooks out of habit at this point because he knows that Izuku will always eat. Okay, Katsuki meets Michael's gaze head-on finally and knows he's about to hate every word out of his own mouth, but he's been given an ultimatum, and as much as he fucking hates it, he has no actual choice here. Michael has twisted his arm and everyone in this room knows it. I'll do the stupid fucking cooking show on one condition. Name it? Michael leans forward in his chair, his gaze unwavering, clearly interested in what Katsuki's demand could possibly be. Deku does it with me. For a moment, Katsuki thinks he can see all the jaws in the room drop to the floor. Can Midoriya even cook? Kotaro asks. Hell no. Katsuki answers immediately. Not like me. But he can eat. And he was there, wasn't he? When I yelled at that old woman. He was there and he didn't do anything to stop me. Plus he inspired this whole cooking idea. So I think it's only right that he's part of it. I cook eats? There's an unreadable expression in Michael's gaze as he stares back at Katsuki, hands clasped on top of his desk as he clearly weighs out his options here. The biggest problem that Katsuki sees with this idea is that it would mean taking the top two heroes off of the streets at the same time, but he figures that's something that can be worked out. They do get days off after all. And clearly this is still a brainchild that's in the development stages, so whatever wrinkles are being presented now can be ironed out before the whole thing is executed. Fine. Michael agrees after a moment. You have a deal. For a minimum of 6 weeks, you two will make one cooking video per week. I'll have your two teams meet and get to work on the logistics of it and we'll go from there. Fine. Katsuki agrees gruffly, even though he hates it. 6 weeks of cooking videos won't be the end of the world, he tells himself. He cooks himself and Izuku dinner damn near every night anyways. Now it's just going to be recorded. It'll be an inconvenience, absolutely, but it's not like he's being forced to learn some brand new skill or something. Plus, it was going to give him the perfect opportunity to get back at the goddamn nerd for putting him in this position in the first place. He was already mentally running through every spicy recipe that Izuku hated. And Katsuki, Michael says as Katsuki starts to turn and reach for the door handle, ready to dismiss himself because this conversation has been a train wreck since the beginning. The whole point of this is to let the public get to know you. You don't get to use Izuku as a human shield here, you have to open up. He hadn't been planning on using Izuku as a human shield, just on getting some plain old revenge on him, but now that Michael had put the idea in his head, it didn't sound too bad. It's too early for this. That's the first thought Izuku has as he blinks blearily at his phone screen, trying to read the text that's there for at least the third time in hopes that he comprehends even half of the words written there this time. It had taken all of his energy and then some to finish all of his paperwork yesterday, and by the time he finally left the office, he was dead on his feet and completely mentally drained. He'd barely even managed to change before collapsing into bed and internally cursing himself for the fact that he was setting his alarm for a mere 4 hours later. Still, it wasn't the first time that he'd had to force himself to work on so few hours of sleep, and he was certain that it wouldn't be the last. But usually when he pulled stunts like these, it was in situations like today, where he had patrol the next day and would be afforded a few hours to slowly wake up and get back into the groove of things. Katsuki would rib him for being useless for the #1 hero, but then he'd buy Izuku his favorite coffee anyways and TSK if Izuku dared even consider thanking him for it. That was how he had expected today to go as well. There was comfort in a routine like the one that he and Katsuki had built, reliability in it. It was only because he knew that he was on patrol with Katsuki today that he had pushed himself to finish every last piece of paperwork in that precarious stack that had been haunting him for days on end, because he knew he'd be able to fall into the warm familiarity of their usual morning routine, with Katsuki talking quietly at his side or reveling in the companionable silence until Izuku had pulled his energy levels up to normal. And it's because he had been relying on this that he's disappointed to finally manage to read the text on his phone, the one from Michael that's asking him to meet at Michael's office first thing this morning. When Izuku and Katsuki have patrol together, which, on average, is 2 days a week, unless something else is going on that requires their attention, they always meet in front of the coffee shop that's halfway between their flats. More often than not, Katsuki knows what Izuku had been up to the night before and has one of Izuku's 2 usual orders in his hands and waiting by the time Izuku dashes up, waving an arm overhead in greeting and apologizing for being a few minutes late as if this wasn't the 10,000th time they'd done this exact thing, the 10,000th time he'd been late, promising that he wouldn't do it again even though they both knew that he would. Usually, Katsuki would know what he had been up to, which meant that he would order a drink depending on how much caffeine he assumed Izuku needed to get the day started. With the disappointment of knowing that Katsuki's care regime for him is already ruined, Izuku drags his still half-dead self out of bed and goes through the motions of getting ready. The majority of his morning routine is performed completely on autopilot, and it's not the first time he's been thankful for the muscle memory of a completely ingrained routine. By the time he's finished, dressed in his hero outfit and heading out the door, he would consider himself about half alive, which is better than he was expecting this early in the morning, and with the pressure of meeting with the agency president hanging over his head. Izuku tries to stretch his shoulders as he heads out the front door of his complex, hoping it will help wake him up a little bit further, and he's so focused on that thought that he nearly runs straight into Katsuki, who is standing just outside the doors, waiting. "Watch where you're going, Deku." Katsuki barks, but even for this early in the morning, there's no actual bite behind it. I know your ass isn't awake yet, but what if I had been a civilian? Izuku perks up immediately, a smile catching the edges of his lips to find Katsuki waiting there for him. Since when do you care about how I treat civilians? Since I got my ass chewed out for being mean to that old lady? Katsuki answers gruffly, jaw clenched. Izuku knows that Katsuki doesn't actually care, no matter what Michael said to him, but his answer finally filters through the fog of Izuku's barely awake brain and a few things start suddenly clicking into place that he hadn't pieced together yet. That's why he's making me come to his office, isn't it? Izuku asks, his shoulders slumping as he realizes exactly what he's going to be walking into. So he can yell at me too? He's making us come to his office, Katsuki corrects, but it's not to chew our asses out. It's not? Izuku perks up a little, turning to look at Katsuki. Katsuki, too, is dressed in his hero outfit, but at the present moment his arms are devoid of his usual gauntlets, leaving the strong lines of his forearms visible for Izuku if he were to choose to look. The sun is barely above the horizon and it catches on the ends of Katsuki's hair, making his hair glow more golden than blonde. Katsuki, as always, looks wide awake and ready to face the day. He was likely in bed, asleep, by the time Izuku even left the office yesterday, and he was no doubt standing here with significantly more than 4 hours of sleep under his belt. The morning always looked good on Katsuki, much better than it ever looked on Izuku. He wore the golden hues of the sunrise well, they complemented his natural tones, and he always looked more at ease in the morning. There was less of a stiff line to his shoulders, a softer set to his jaw. He looked like the world agreed with him more in the morning, or maybe he agreed with the world more. Either way, it was always when he looked the most comfortable, but also the most at ease. He was softer in the mornings, even if it was only marginally, and Izuku knew it was something that only he was ever privileged to see, and he certainly didn't ever take it for granted. No, Katsuki snaps Izuku out of his thoughts and Izuku glances back down to his eyes, realizing belatedly that he'd been caught staring at the golden halo of the sun behind his hair. It's much worse. That makes Izuku's heart drop to his feet. Worse. He echoes, a frown replacing the smile that had stayed on his lips since he'd seen Katsuki waiting for him. What could be worse? Take your damn coffee. Katsuki extends a hand into the space between them, and Izuku realizes for the first time that Katsuki's been clutching a disposable cup in each hand this entire time. And let's go and find out. Izuku takes his cup with a mumbled thank you, clutching it close to his chest and enjoying the warmth of it against the early morning chill as they take off together, falling in step with each other while they walk. But you already know. Izuku points out after a moment. So why can't you just tell me? Instead of answering his question, Katsuki just glances at him with a sharp smile and Izuku wonders what, exactly, he has to do with this entire situation and why, exactly, Katsuki has such a sadistic twist to the corner of his lips. It's true that he had been there when Katsuki had yelled at that woman, and it's true that he hadn't done anything to stop Katsuki or interfere with the moment, but there was a good reason for that. They had been on a time crunch, chasing a villain that they couldn't afford to let get away, and the woman really was impeding their ability to do their job. Plus, Izuku had dragged Katsuki back afterwards and forced him to apologize too. So really, there wasn't any reason that Michael should be yelling at either of them because they had managed to apprehend the villain and they'd gone back and made things right without even being told to. It was as good of a situation as it could have been, given the circumstances and Katsuki's usual attitude. But, if there's one thing Izuku knows, it's that ignoring a request, or demand, more accurately, from Michael was something that just created more trouble. So he shut his mouth and walked quietly alongside Katsuki, sipping at his coffee and trying not to ponder too hard on what could be waiting for him. The walk to their agency from his flat wasn't even that far, all he had to do was keep his brain quiet for a few more minutes. And he managed to, for the most part, forcing any questions that rose to the tip of his tongue back to his throat so he could swallow them down again. Katsuki glanced at him a few times, clearly aware of Izuku's struggles and at least a little bemused, but he didn't say anything else, he just kept the same ambiguous look on his face. By the time they made it to headquarters, Izuku had drunk at least half of his coffee and come up with no less than 10 potential scenarios for what could possibly be waiting for them on the other side of Michael's door. Michael, for all the time that he had been the head of their hero agency, was notoriously a man of few words. He got to the point quickly and directly and didn't spend time mincing words or explaining things that should be obvious. It had taken Izuku some time getting used to, constantly worried in the beginning that Michael was being curt with him because he was upset, but by now he's grown accustomed to it and has just accepted it as part of Michael's personality. Outside of that, though, he was actually a really nice guy, and he nodded at them in acknowledgement as they filed through his door and into his office. He was seated comfortably behind his desk, his own cup of coffee steaming on the desktop as he glanced around the room. Izuku followed Katsuki in, surprised to find that there was more than just the three of them in the room. Kotaro stood along the far wall, hands clasped behind his back as he stared steadfastly at his feet, refusing to glance up as Katsuki and Izuku entered. And the glare that Katsuki sent his way gave Izuku a hint as to why Kotaro was acting like his feet were the most interesting thing he'd ever seen in his life. "Good morning," Izuku says to the room as a whole when nobody moves to break the awkward silence that has managed to squeeze into every other available space in the room. All the casual ease that Katsuki had during their walk over is gone, and suddenly, when Izuku glances at him, he sees the familiar rigid set to Katsuki's shoulders, the way he's clearly clenching his jaw. Katsuki, too, refuses to look directly at anyone in the room, instead staring determinedly at the painting that was hung behind Michael. Michael, to his credit, seemed entirely unfettered by the sheer amount of awkward discomfort that had just invaded his office first thing in the morning. "Good morning, Deku, Dynamite. Thank you for joining me before you head out on patrol." "Of course," Izuku replies politely before jabbing Katsuki in the ribs with his elbow. Katsuki makes a noise of acknowledgement but continues to stare at the painting on the opposite wall, no actual words leaving his lips. With a sigh, Izuku glances back at Michael, unsurprised to find him completely unbothered by Katsuki's refusal to participate in civil conversation. "What's going on?" That, at least, gets a small reaction out of Michael. His eyebrows raise as he turns to look at Katsuki, who has now crossed his arms over his chest and resolved to stare at the wall to his right, the complete opposite direction of the other three people in the room. "Dynamite hasn't told you?" "No," Izuku answers, a thread of unease starting to form in his gut. "He said I'd find out once we got here." There's a long moment of silence where Michael seems to appraise Katsuki. But, whatever assessment he comes to after staring at Katsuki's profile, he doesn't say. Instead, he just turns back to Izuku, answering his question in the same direct manner that he's known for. Dynamite will be hosting a weekly cooking show. In the immediate seconds after those words leave Michael's mouth, Izuku is absolutely certain that this is just the most realistic dream he's ever had in his life. He's certain, completely and utterly convinced that the only option is that he's still lying comfortable and warm in his bed, just on the edge of consciousness as his mind makes up what can only be described as the most ridiculous situation he's ever heard. But Michael doesn't take those words back, no matter how hard Izuku stares at him, and he considers pinching himself just to verify. "I'm sorry." Izuku turns to look at Katsuki, the question tumbling off his tongue meant for Katsuki and Katsuki alone. "What?" "This is your damn fault." Katsuki finally speaks, rounding on Izuku. And now Izuku sees why Katsuki wanted him to wait until they got here to tell him anything about what was going on. If Katsuki had said that he was going to be hosting a cooking show on their walk into the office, Izuku would have laughed in his face and completely blown it off. But now that he's standing here, staring back at Izuku with all the accusation in the world in his eyes and Michael 3 feet away and not disagreeing, Izuku has no choice but to believe the impossible. "If you hadn't been bragging about my cooking yesterday to that asshole," he thrusts a finger in the general direction of Kotaro, who looks like he wishes he could shrivel up and die in this moment, "I wouldn't be forced into doing this." Izuku looks between Kotaro, Katsuki, and Michael, but the gears in his head don't seem to be turning the way they usually do, and no matter how hard he tries, he can't get his brain to latch on to what he's being told. "A cooking show?" He repeats in disbelief, waving a hand in the air in front of him as if he could possibly dispel the confusion that's swirling around him. "How what? Are you going to say something helpful?" Katsuki growls. Or just keep repeating the same stupid question? Same question. Izuku answers immediately and without any sort of hesitation. Definitely same question. Katsuki rolls his eyes with a scoff, but Michael lets out a genuine huff of a laugh in response. It's probably the first time that Izuku has ever heard Michael laugh, and judging by the way both Katsuki and Kotaro whip their heads around at the sound, it's the first time they've heard it too. It's a nice sound, and it softens his general aloof attitude, but it also serves to add more confusion to the situation for Izuku. I'm so glad he requested that you join in, Michael says after a moment. You two have always had an interesting dynamic. I'm sorry, Izuku starts to say, only for Katsuki to reach out and whack him on the arm. Don't say what again? But I don't understand. Izuku protests immediately, glancing around at each person in the room. I'm gonna need someone to break this down for me. In the end, it's Kotaro who is tasked with explaining the whole idea to Midoriya. He tries his best to avoid it, to put the burden back on Michael, but Michael insists that it was his brilliant idea, so he should be the one to explain it. Kotaro feels less and less brilliant with each passing second, has felt that way ever since the moment he had to present the idea to Bakugo last night and realized that his death was going to be a lot more untimely than he had first anticipated. Working with heroes had always put him at a slightly increased risk of dying young, even if he worked in what was considered the safe side of the hero industry. But he had officially crossed the line by making a personal enemy of the number 2 hero, and really, there was no coming back from that. Truthfully, with Bakugo as his enemy now, it didn't really matter what Kotaro did. His death was now waiting around every corner from him. But there was still some sense of self-preservation that made him tremble at the idea of digging his grave any faster. But an order from Michael was an order from Michael, and he knew that he couldn't refuse, or else he'd have an enemy of the number 2 hero and the president of the hero agency, and at that point, his grave would already be completely dug. So, he takes a deep breath and he dives on into his explanation, cursing himself for his brilliant idea with each word that comes out of his mouth. The entire time he talks, Midoriya's eyes are as wide as saucers, focused on him as if he's waiting for Kotaro to say that he's just joking and they've all planned this as an elaborate practical joke on him. What Midoriya surely doesn't know is how badly Kotaro wishes that he could say exactly that he could tell all of them that this was a prank and he had come up with some other idea to make the public like Bakugo more, one that wouldn't have the room filled with so much tension. He can't, of course, so instead Kotaro just stares at the mask that Midoriya has hanging around his neck while he explains, afraid to make direct eye contact with either hero. He's fairly certain that Midoriya won't kill him, but Bakugo has felt murderous since the moment they walked into the room, and that feeling seemed to only increase as Kotaro was forced to expand upon his idea and explain some of the finer details that he'd been instructed to spend the entire night hashing out. It was as if Bakugo's rage was another living entity, standing in the room with the rest of them. If it were, it would likely be right over Kotaro's shoulder, perhaps with one dark, tendril-y hand creeping closer and closer towards his neck with each word he spoke. We were thinking that each week you would cook something different, he explains, trying with every ounce of determination he has in him to commit every single tiny detail of Midoriya's mask to memory. It would be entirely up to your discretion what you wanted to cook, of course. As long as you let us know a couple days beforehand, we would get you the appropriate ingredients. We're still debating whether or not to stream the cooking live. Our current thinking is that we will record the first few episodes and, if it goes well, we will progress to streaming them live in the future to include more engagement with the community. At this point, Michael finally has something to say, and it's the first time someone other than Kotaro has spoken. It gives Kotaro a chance to finally breathe when all the eyes in the room shift off of him. Even the tendril-y fingers of Bakugo's anger seem to shift towards Michael for a moment too. This is intended to be an instructional cooking show though. So we expect you to provide a recipe and to explain what you're cooking and how to make it. I don't want to just film you standing in a kitchen doing things without anyone knowing what you're doing. I know how to teach people to cook. Bakugo barks with a lot of confidence that sounds like he's speaking from experience. Michael doesn't ask, and Kotaro values his life too much to dare even acknowledge it. I'm a great teacher. There's a moment where Midoriya glances over at Bakugo, the edge of a smile on his lips, and Bakugo returns the look, rolling his eyes in response. Kotaro won't even pretend to know what just happened, but it's clear that they had some sort of silent conversation between the two of them. Right? He says after the momentary lapse of silence because he would like to get this over with as quickly as possible. Well, I will also need a written version of every recipe to put in the description of each video, so when you send me the list of all the ingredients, I would appreciate it if you also sent me a full, written recipe. Bakugo huffs, his jaw clenching and unclenching before he gruffly replies. Fine. Before we continue, Midoriya interjects, how did I get involved in this? I don't cook. Oh, Kotaro says, and then he glances at both Michael and Bakugo, because that does not feel like an answer he should be the one to give. Luckily for him, Michael has no problem answering the question. Dynamite's stipulation was that he would only do this if you did it with him. Midoriya turns his questioning gaze up to Bakugo next to him, the words he wanted to ask written plainly across his face. Bakugo doesn't look back at him this time, but his lips turn down in a clear frown. It's your damn fault that I am doing this? He repeats his statement from earlier. So you bet your ass that you're doing this with me. I didn't tell him to make you do a cooking show. Midoriya protests. I didn't even know he was working on a project like this. Still, this stupid idea came from you, so now I'm dragging you into it too. Bakugo replies with absolute finality. Midoriya stares at him for a moment longer before sighing, his shoulders slumping. Kotaro expects him to be upset, or put out somehow, but he doesn't seem to be. In fact, there's a fond smile on the edges of his lips and maybe even a little amusement in his eyes as he finally glances away from Bakugo, shaking his head a little as he regards Kotaro and Michael again, letting the threads of his conversation with Bakugo drop. Kotaro gets the impression that they'll talk about it more later, but Midoriya seems completely at ease with the idea as he returns back to the explanation that Kotaro had been giving before. Where will he be cooking? Midoriya asks. Kotaro has always been a big fan of Midoriya. It's very easy to see why he's the #1 hero. On top of being very successful in battles and minimizing his collateral damage, most of the time, anyways, he's also very personable and very friendly. More often than not, Midoriya can be found asking for signatures from the other pro heroes, and he's been caught multiple times getting flustered when people want his autograph. When he meets fans more than once, he tends to remember their names and he tries very hard to commit things the civilians tell him to memory so he can bring it up when he runs into them again. He remembered Kotaro's name after meeting him once and always smiled and greeted him if they crossed paths in the building, or even on the streets, though that was rare. Midoriya was notoriously a kind person to those around him, but at this moment, Kotaro kind of hated him. Well, we were thinking, he didn't want to answer that question. He had been hoping, desperately and fruitlessly, apparently, that he would be able to skirt around the topic during this conversation and sneak this piece of information into a follow-up email that he would send out so he wouldn't have to directly face anyone when they found out the current plan. That it would be a good idea to host it inside Bakugo's own kitchen. Immediately, before the words even finish coming out of his mouth, Kotaro watches Midoriya's hand fly to Bakugo's arm, gripping his forearm as if he were holding Bakugo back. He also watches Bakugo go very, very still under Midoriya's touch. Would you like to fucking repeat that? Bakugo asks, each word slow, deliberate, a threat. But Midoriya cuts in, coming immediately to Kotaro's rescue. I get it. The whole idea is to let the public know more about him, right? So letting them see little bits of his personal life like the inside of his kitchen would warm them up to him more than putting him in some cold, stainless steel commercial kitchen. Exactly. Kotaro can't stop himself from pointing a finger in Midoriya's direction in relief. And I also thought he might just be more comfortable in his own kitchen. See, Kaken? Midoriya turns to look at Bakugo, his hands still firm against Bakugo's forearm. Bakugo turns to glance back at Midoriya in acknowledgement of him. It's going to be better for you to do it in your own kitchen. Kotaro was being considerate of your comfort. Kotaro swallows as Midoriya praises him and hopes that it doesn't backfire against him, that Bakugo doesn't somehow take it the wrong way. Bakugo considers him for a long moment, his gaze intense. Kotaro finds that he, once again, can't bring himself to meet the hero's eyes directly, and instead focuses on the point of connection between Midoriya and Bakugo and wonders what it would be like to be so fearless around Bakugo, to be so comfortable reaching out to him, standing up to him. For as long as everyone at the Hero Agency has known them, it has always been that way. Midoriya has been entirely fearless of Bakugo. In fact, a lot of people in the agency refer to Midoriya as a Bakugo tamer, the one person who can stand in front of him when he's in the most foul of moods and talk him off of the ledge without any difficulty at all. He's the only one who can smile at Bakugo and get nothing worse than an eye roll in return. Kotaro can't even imagine what that would be like. Michael had been spot on when he'd said that they had an interesting dynamic. Fine. Bakugo finally concedes, but he's clearly unhappy about the entire situation. It can be in my apartment. But it's only because I already have all the best damn cookware there is. But, he glances pointedly at both Kotaro and Michael, whatever lighting and shit has to be put up for this isn't staying up in between episodes. I still live there? That's fair. Michael agrees easily. We'll have the crew come set it up an hour or two before each episode, and then they'll take it down after recording, leaving everything exactly as it was before. That's not an issue. Bakugo frowns but doesn't protest. Midoriya smiles, removing his hand from Bakugo's arm, clearly the only one in the room pleased with the outcome of this whole situation. Kotaro, really, is just pleased that he's still standing and hasn't gotten blown to bits yet. This is longer than he expected to live through this conversation, so he's mostly just impressed. But the feeling that he's living on borrowed time is starting to creep up on him, so he wants to wrap the conversation up and end it as soon as possible. Great. So the only other piece of information I have to go over, he says after clearing his throat, realizing with a little bit of surprise and a little bit of fear that he's not wilting as much under the weight of everyone's stares, is that we were thinking of doing these episodes on Fridays. That way, if people don't tune in, they can watch the episodes over the weekend. Statistically, less people work over the weekend, so it's easier for them to watch. Now, because we're considering live streaming them later, I think we should just film them all on Friday to make it a habit. Won't that force the time to change? Midoriya asks. That's another thing the public generally loves about him. He's sharp as a tack. He picks up on everything, which makes him wildly successful as a strategist and is also the reason he's so good at remembering the things the public tells him. He always tries to downplay it whenever it's mentioned, but it really is such a fundamental part of him that he can't hide it, and it's on full display right now. Little kid. Kotaro answers. Either we would change the air time for the episodes or we would have you two cooking later in the evening once you started live streaming, whichever would be easier. I don't anticipate it would have to be much more than an hour difference, though, he explains, because if you're going to live stream, there will be no editing at all, so we're going to try and edit the initial videos as little as possible. We just want to do a few that are taped and edited so that you guys can get a feel for what it's like and get the flow of things. But we anticipate being able to edit and air them very quickly after they're filmed. Of course, Michael cuts in immediately and Bakugo rolls his eyes before he gets more than 2 words in. There will be expectations on your behavior and your presentation, especially once you have switched to live streaming. And to Kotaro's surprise, Michael is looking pointedly at both Bakugo and Midoriya. Bakugo, of course, looks entirely unconcerned, but Midoriya looks at least a little sheepish as he nods in acknowledgement of the statement, mumbling some sort of agreement under his breath. Kotaro has never been under the impression that he knows everything about the heroes that he works for, but everything about this encounter has made it abundantly clear that he knows even less than he thought. More than that, it has made it clear that he's about to learn a whole lot of information that he never would have even dreamed he'd have access to, and he can't tell if he's dreading it or excited. Great, Michael says, and he looks as pleased as possible for the situation. Then we will start filming the first episode this Friday? That's in 2 days. Bakugo interrupts. Then you better get your recipe to Kotaro today. Michael replies breezily, smiling through Bakugo's glare. All that's left is to decide on a title for the show. And with that, all eyes fall back to Kotaro. Well, I talked it over with my team, and we were thinking dishes with Dynamite. Or Dynamite's kitchen time. He answers hesitantly. It admittedly wasn't their best idea, but they hadn't had enough time to really think about it. After presenting the idea to Michael and Bakugo last night, Michael had greenlit the idea and insisted that they start on it immediately, putting Kotaro in the worst time crunch of his life. So they had stayed up all night, scrambling, just trying to put together enough information to get through this meeting. Hell no. Bakugo replies immediately. Those are the shittiest titles ever. They're not that bad. Midoriya defends immediately. Yes they are. Bakugo retorts. I have taste that. Classy taste at that. If anything, your taste is discriminating. Midoriya replies immediately, a little snide, but clearly joking. It gets a huff of laughter out of Bakugo, who shakes his head in amusement. Discriminating taste? He mumbles, clearly entertained. Now that's a title. Why don't we call the show that? And to what is the clear surprise of all three people in the room, Michael agrees. Discriminating taste, huh? I kind of like it, let's do that. What? Kotaro asks immediately, rounding on Michael. That title sounds so negative. We can't possibly use that. That title sounds very kaken. Midoriya points out. It is very fitting of him. A little brash, but not untrue. His taste is discriminating. And he's going to demonstrate that with the recipes he picks and the things he cooks. Plus, I'm sure there's going to be some less than savory language in there, so it's fitting. Fuck yeah, there's going to be. Bakugo smiles and it's all sharp around the edges. Kotaro stares around the room in disbelief, completely out of his depth for what feels like the 100th time already. Let's just try it, Michael says with a shrug. If it goes over poorly, we'll let the fans pick a new title. And just like that, Kotaro is off on the adventure that's going to change his life. Whether it changes his life for the better or worse is entirely up in the air, but he's certain that it's going to change it absolutely and completely as he stares back at the faces around him. Okay, discriminating taste it is. By the time the sun sets, Katsuki is dead on his feet, arms aching, shoulders throbbing, and feet dragging. Patrol had been a pain in the ass, the kind of pain in the ass that was filled with a bunch of annoying, petty, low-level villains that took up the whole day and involved a lot of chasing with not much gain. Sure, he and Izuku were able to catch them, but he and Izuku were also more skilled than those petty bastards deserved, and their skills were much better suited for things far better than that. But it didn't change the fact that it had kicked both of their asses all the same. Hard work was hard work, no matter how stupid the work was. Thank God the day's finally over. Izuku mumbles, practically falling into Katsuki's shoulder as they take a seat on one of the benches in the park just around the corner from the agency. He's got the sleeves of his uniform rolled up and his green curls are more of a disaster than usual. I'm exhausted. The day isn't over. Katsuki replies, nudging Izuku with his elbow, forcing him to readjust so he's leaning against Katsuki in a more comfortable way. Izuku does move, almost subconsciously, the way he always seems to, melding around Katsuki as if forming to his shape or trying to fuse into him. Your ass is coming back to my place and helping me clean, remember? Izuku groans, turning to press his forehead firmly against Katsuki's exposed shoulder, whining. Kaken. I don't want to hear it, Deku. Katsuki leans to the side and Izuku scrambles not to fall as Katsuki's support is taken out from underneath him. We talked about it. The show isn't for 2 more days. We can clean tomorrow. Izuku bargains as he catches himself on the back of the bench, stopping himself from falling completely and looking up at Katsuki with pleading green eyes. Katsuki would never tell him, but there's something endearing about his curls when they get especially wild like this. It doesn't make sense and Katsuki could never explain it, but Izuku pulls it off against all odds. The curls fall across his forehead and over his ears in haphazard ways, some still damp from sweat after they had spent the whole afternoon running across town. Katsuki forces himself to look away. We have work tomorrow too, idiot. He answers, watching the last tendrils of the sun set over the horizon. You're not going to be any less tired. But I'll have all day to plan on doing it, so I'll be mentally prepared. Izuku reasons as he reaches up to brush a few stray curls away from his eyes. Katsuki turns a glare in his direction. You had all day today to plan on it, asshole. We talked about it first thing this morning. Somehow they had managed to go the whole day without Izuku saying anything about how Katsuki had only agreed to do the show if Izuku did it with him. There were a few moments during the lull on patrol, A few moments while they were eating lunch or idling about on a street corner, waiting for the next thing to happen, when Katsuki could see that it was weighing on Izuku's mind. He could practically read the words behind Izuku's eyes, but every time Katsuki thought Izuku was going to bring it up, he didn't. And that was fine and well by Katsuki, because he didn't want to talk about it, any of it, the fact that he wanted Izuku to be there, to share this experience with Izuku, or even the fact that he had to do the stupid cooking show at all. He just didn't even want to think about it. So, then, by tomorrow night I'll have had 2 days to mentally prepare. Izuku counters, thrusting a finger into the air as if he's made some amazing point. Katsuki smacks Izuku's hand out of the air. Get your stupid ass up and let's go. With a sad huff, Izuku does as he's told. When Friday comes and Kotaro arrives with the lighting and film crews to Bakugo's apartment, he doesn't know what he expects to find. What he does know is that he wasn't prepared for Midoriya to be the one answering the door, a broad smile on his face as he waved everyone into the apartment. He also knows that he didn't expect the apartment to have so much personality. Bakugo is notoriously aloof and closed off, with very little about his personal life actually known to the people at the agency, let alone the public, so it's an incredibly large shock for Kotaro to walk in and find framed pictures, decorative pillows, posters on the wall, etc. Bakugo's apartment actually looks like a home, and more than that, it looks lived in. It doesn't look cold, it doesn't look like some empty apartment that could have been an image pulled straight out of a magazine. There's a blanket haphazardly folded up at the end of the couch, there's shoes by the door and a coat hanging on a hook above them. It looks like the opposite of everything Kotaro would have expected, and the fact that it immediately feels welcoming almost makes him feel alarmed. Midoriya greets everyone individually, committing their names to memory the way he always does, before guiding them all to the kitchen. He's dressed down in jeans and a nice button-up shirt, and it might be the first time Kotaro has ever seen him in something that isn't green or white. His curls are the most tame that Kotaro has ever seen as well. He moves around Bakugo's apartment with absolute ease, stepping around furniture that he can't even see because he's glancing over his shoulder to talk to the crew that he's leading. It's clear that he's been here before, but Kotaro adds it to the list of things that he'll never mention for fear of death. They collectively make it to the kitchen where Bakugo already is, standing at the counter with a drawer open as he sorts through utensils, glancing up briefly as everyone enters the room. Damn it, he grumbles. Where the fuck is my good knife? Kaken, Midoriya says immediately, exasperated. I told you earlier that I was washing it. Bakugo straightens up immediately, glancing over at the sink where a variety of things are drying in a dish drainer. His eyes seem to snag on something immediately and he looks triumphant as he reaches for it, grabbing a towel and carefully drying the sharp blade as he turns back to the group of people now standing in his kitchen and looking at him. Good evening, Bakugo. Kotaro greets, stepping to the front of the crowd. Thank you for allowing us into your home. Didn't have a choice. Bakugo points out only to get a sharp elbow to the ribs from Midoriya. That's true. Kotaro concedes, inclining his head. But even still, we appreciate it. You could have locked the door. Not with Deku here, I couldn't have. Bakugo replies, and Midoriya shoots the group of people a winning smile. He would have tied me to a chair before he would have let me do something like that. It would be very rude. Midoriya cries and a ripple of laughter goes through the room. The gentle bickering seems to break the tension a little bit, and Kotaro hadn't realized exactly how much had been there until it was gone. He thinks again to Michael's comment about the dynamic between Midoriya and Bakugo, and he feels something settle in his stomach. He can't name what it is, but it gives him the same sort of comfortable unease that Bakugo's apartment gives him. Something about him feels like he should be on edge around the two of them, that he should be worried and afraid the way he has always been, but with them standing in front of him in jeans, bickering over something so normal and making jokes like any of Kotaro's friends would make, they feel just like normal people, like approachable people. For one fleeting, momentary second, Kotaro thinks that maybe making Bakugo likable to the public isn't impossible. That maybe, just maybe, there really is humanity in there, and he's just been keeping it locked away for one reason or another. Did you get the ingredients? Bakugo asks, and the sudden sound of his voice shakes Kotaro out of his sudden reverie. He shakes himself back to the present moment and jumps back to life. hustling up to the countertop to deposit the bag he had been holding in his hand this entire time. Yes, right here. I got everything on your list. Bakugo immediately starts to open the bag and pull out the ingredients inside with Midoriya close at his shoulder, leaning over to watch. Katsudon? Midoriya asks as Bakugo lays down a package of pork. That's what you picked for your first dish? You complaining, Deku? Bakugo glances up at him, continuing to empty the bag as he does so. You just have to sit there and eat? No. Midoriya replies immediately, meeting Bakugo's gaze. You just usually hate when I request Katsudon? Yeah, because you don't ever do shit and still have the nerve to put in a request? Bakugo replies and it earns a smile from Midoriya, who reaches over his shoulder for rice, gathering it up in his hands. But it's an easy recipe to teach, so I figured it would be a good starting point. I think that was very smart of you, Kaken. Midoriya says approvingly. The warm smile that he usually wears is just a little bit different than usual. Kotaro can't quite put his finger on it, but there's something a little more fond around the edges. It takes a second for Kotaro to realize that he's done nothing but stand there and watch their exchange while the rest of the crew has started setting up different lighting equipment and testing out microphones. Luckily, neither Midoriya nor Bakugo seem to have noticed that he's just hovering at the end of the counter either, and he's able to quietly take a few steps back and meld into the work the other members of the team are doing. The setup goes surprisingly quickly, not that Kotaro really had any idea how long it would take. He certainly doesn't know anything about lighting or how involved it is. But they had managed to hire a very skilled team who made it look like the easiest thing in the world, and suddenly Bakugo's kitchen was flooded with light and Midoriya and Bakugo were both being fitted with microphones. Suddenly this thing that Kotaro had come up with was coming to life, and he was realizing that there was no more backing out now. He thinks again of his office and the cardboard boxes he had considered packing all of his items into, of the black mark this would leave on his career if it went wrong. But then he thinks of the fleeting moment of humanity he had felt from both Bakugo and Midoriya, of the way they had felt just like regular people instead of larger-than-life celebrities, and he has a moment of courage. If this goes down in flames, which is still very much possible, as much as he wishes it wasn't, he's going to go down in flames with it. The kitchen is set up, the ingredients are spread out on the counter, Bakugo and Midoriya are in their places behind the counter and the rest of the crew is out of the frame. The sound crew is giving Kotaro the thumbs up that everything is working, the film crew seems content with the picture they have, and suddenly, Kotaro is counting down to the first episode of something that he knows he'll never be fully prepared for. Ready? Kotaro asks. Midoriya nods and Bakugo gives half an inclination of the head in acknowledgement. Recording in 3, 2, 1. Discriminating taste. Cooking with Dynamite. Episode 1. Spicy Katsudon. Follow along with Dynamite's recipe here. The screen is black for a long second, almost too long of a second, as if there might be some sort of technical difficulties. But then, all at once, the picture comes into view. Dynamite is standing in the middle of the screen, right in the center of a beautiful marble kitchen island with a series of ingredients spread out before him. He has on a deep red button-up and he's scowling at the screen. Next to him, a stark contrast in both color and attitude, is Deku, smiling and waving at the screen in his light blue button-up. Good evening, everyone. Deku says warmly as he continues to wave at the screen, his eyes crinkled at the corners. Thank you for joining us in Kaken's kitchen. Dynamite's scowl deepens as he lets out a deep sigh. Yeah, he says after a moment, thanks for joining us, or something. You know, Deku says, entirely unbothered by Dynamite's attitude. Kaken's kitchen would have been a good name for this show, too. Shut up and sit down. Dynamite says without any hesitation, his hand finding Deku's shoulder and giving him a shove. It would seem mean if Deku didn't laugh in response, clearly delighted at the reaction he had gotten. He stumbles a step away before immediately coming back to Dynamite's side, a magnet drawn back to its opposite pole. Wait, he says cheerfully, crouching down. It appears that he's reaching into a cupboard underneath the island, but it's impossible to tell from the camera angle. Dynamite watches him, still frowning, and ends up stepping out of the way when Deku appears to throw open another cupboard door, knocking him in the shin. Ow, watch what you're doing, Deku. Dynamite barks, bending to rub just below his knee. Sorry. Deku replies, immediately reaching to place his own hand over Dynamite's. Dynamite brushes his hands away and Deku smiles sheepishly as he returns back to what he had been doing, his head nearly disappearing completely as he reaches almost his entire body into the cupboard. "What the hell are you even doing? I already got everything out," Dynamite remarks as he straightens back up and takes another step back for good measure. "I swear, it's in here, somewhere." Deku is clearly wearing a microphone so his words can still be heard, even though he can't really be seen, but the effort he's putting into whatever he's doing is clear in the tension of his voice. And then, just as suddenly as he disappeared, he exclaims, and then he's standing back up, closing the cupboard, and clutching a box against his chest. Dynamite glances between Deku, the box in his arms, and the cupboard it had just come out of. "What the hell is that? When did you even get that in here?" "It's a gift." Deku smiles, extending the box towards Dynamite with a big smile and completely ignoring the second half of the question that was asked. "To commemorate this show that you're doing." Dynamite stares at the box in Deku's hands as if it has offended him somehow, or as if it might be somehow plotting against him. There is something definitely mischievous in Deku's expression, somewhere in the curl of his smile or the laughter in his eyes, and the look on Dynamite's face suggests that he sees that and even more. Hesitantly, he reaches out to take the box, shaking it while it's still extended away from his body. There's a very faint rustling noise that comes from it, but nothing else. "What is it?" he asks, looking suspiciously at Deku. Deku just smiles in a way that is so innocent, it looks guilty. "You have to open it to find out, that's the whole point." With one more uncertain look at Deku, Dynamite sets the box down on the counter, directly in front of him. He spends a moment rearranging the ingredients on the counter so he can more easily open the box, and then he's doing exactly that, tearing off a piece of tape that's holding the lid of the box shut and carefully pulling it off. There's tissue paper inside the box that he carefully opens, and then his expression morphs completely. "Deku," he says, turning to look lethally at Deku next to him. "What the fuck is this?" Deku, for his part, looks far too pleased as he answers. "It's an apron. You've been complaining that you need a new one for a while, so I figured that it would be perfect to kick off your new cooking show." Dynamite reaches into the box and pulls the green apron out, holding it up in front of him as he turns to face Deku. "Why does it say #1 Deku Superfan on it?" There's a long moment where Deku tries and fails miserably at hiding his grin. He bites the corner of his lip as he glances away from Dynamite, his hand a fist as he presses it against the countertop in what appears to be a desperate bid to keep his composure. His shoulders shake with laughter that he's trying to suppress, but even through the screen, it's easy to see that he's barely holding on to his professional presentation. "Well," he says, and then he has to pause because the sound of his laughter starts slipping through again. "You are my biggest fan, aren't you, Kakin?" There's a moment of commotion before the screen flashes. When the picture comes back, Dynamite is once again standing behind the counter, wearing the green #1 Deku Superfan apron, and Deku is seated on a stool just off to the side with the biggest grin that has probably ever existed. He looks more pleased than anything else as he watches Dynamite adjust the apron and continue to send him death glares. "Deku," a voice says from off-screen, and both Dynamite and Deku turn to look at someone that can't be seen on camera. "What makes you say he's your biggest fan? You have a lot of fans who I bet aren't willing to give up that title so easily." Deku laughs warmly as he settles into his chair, propping an elbow on the counter and settling his chin into his palm. "You're right, I am blessed with some very amazing fans. But Kakin and I have known each other since we were kids. So as much as I appreciate every single fan for their love and support, Kakin has about 15 years on all of them. I did not love or support you for those 15 years. Dynamite remarks. "And I don't love or support you now either, you bastard." "Your apron suggests otherwise." Deku remarks. "That's only because you're enough of a smug bastard to come into my house and throw away my old apron, so I'm forced to wear this ugly thing." Dynamite gestures to the apron as he talks, as if there was any uncertainty as to what he was referring to. "Like I said, you've been complaining for a while that your other apron was getting old. I was just doing you a favor." Deku offers the same smile that's so innocent it's actually guilty, and Dynamite rolls his eyes in response. "I will get revenge for this," he remarks. But can we just get on with the damn cooking so I can take this stupid thing off? That's what everyone is supposedly here for anyway, right? Dynamite is looking off screen again, presumably at whoever had spoken before. Deku follows his gaze and there seems to be some sort of wordless communication happening, even though the third person in the conversation is completely out of view. It appears that he gives the approval though because Dynamite sends Deku a smug look and begins reaching for the ingredients. Great, he says. We're making katsudon today. I sent him, he gestures to the same mystery off-screen person again, my recipe, and I'm told it'll be linked somewhere in this video so you can follow along. Kaken makes really good katsudon. Deku cuts in, smiling as he turns his head in his palm to watch as Dynamite begins reaching for the ingredients. Damn right I do. He grabs a knife off the counter and slices through the pork packaging with ease. And as usual, you're just sitting there, doing nothing? I offer moral support, Deku says. Plus, I washed the rice for you. Wow. Dynamite replies sarcastically as he pulls the pork out of the package and places each slice on a piece of plastic wrap. What would I do without you? Probably be the #1 hero. Deku quips and Dynamite's head whips up so fast that it looks painful. Okay. The mystery person rushes on screen suddenly, waving hands in front of him as he does so. Please don't kill each other. But, despite Dynamite's instant reaction and the apparent harshness of Deku's words, neither of them look like they're going to kill each other. In fact, Dynamite's eyebrows have risen so high up they've practically disappeared off of his face as he stares at Deku, his mouth partially open in what can only be described as disbelief. But he looks a little impressed, too, like he didn't expect Deku to say something so bold. Deku smiles at him, but all the smugness is gone, and it wavers around the edges with guilt and what looks like an invisible apology. The mystery man stands with his back to the camera on the opposite side of the counter as the two heroes, staring nervously between the two of them. Finally, Dynamite goes back to what he was doing, placing the knife down as he folds the piece of plastic wrap in half so that the pork is completely covered by it, picking up a meat tenderizer instead. You've always been the biggest shit I've known. Deku turns his attention to the mystery man after it's become clear that Dynamite isn't actually going to kill him, offering an apologetic smile. Sorry, Kotaro. I promise there will be only cooking and no murdering. Speak for yourself. Dynamite mumbles. I promise, on both of our behalves, Deku repeats with emphasis. Only cooking, no murdering. The mystery man, Kotaro, sags against the counter, pressing both hands against the countertop and dropping his head between his shoulders. I agree with Dynamite. Can we get to the cooking part? Yeah. Dynamite points the meat tenderizer at Deku. Kotaro says sit the hell down and shut the hell up, Deku. Well, now, I didn't say that, Kotaro hedges, scrubbing a hand across his eyes as he stands up. But this is supposed to be a cooking show. I'm sorry, Deku says again, I promise I'll stop. And then he turns his smile towards Dynamite. Go on, Kaken, I won't interrupt. Kotaro makes his way back off the screen and the actual cooking portion of the show finally proceeds. Dynamite is a surprisingly good teacher. He takes his time to not only explain what he's doing, but to demonstrate it as well. On top of that, he gives different options and explains how it will affect not only the cooking time but the final taste of the dish. His preferred method of making katsudon involves flattening the meat with the tenderizer first before coating each side in salt and pepper and a light dusting of salt. Once Katsuki has the meat prepared, he heats up a small amount of oil in a pan and begins explaining how to know when the oil is done and what to prepare in the meantime. I'm not going to tell you how to cook rice, he says once he's finished setting up his bowls with egg and panko for the meat, because if you can't do that, you shouldn't be cooking at all. The first time you cooked us rice, you burned it so bad that your mom had to throw the pan away completely. Deku finally speaks up again. We were 9, death. Dynamite grumbles, shooting him another glare that Deku completely ignores. Deku keeps talking as Dynamite dips the meat in the egg and then the panko before gently setting it in the pan. He had already explained the next steps, so Deku isn't interrupting any important information. So, what if there are 9-year-olds watching this? Dynamite puts the last piece of meat in the pan and turns to point his chopsticks at the camera. If you're letting your 9-year-olds watch this, you're a shitty parent. There's nothing about me that's appropriate for a 9-year-old. That earns a laugh from Deku as he sits upright fully. That's a good point. This show probably isn't appropriate for children. Hell no, it's not. Dynamite replies as he begins picking up dishes off the counter and setting them in the sink. Deku, though, still seems to be stuck on the memory he had brought up. Do you remember your mom's face when you did that? When she came home to the house filled with smoke? She was so pissed. Dynamite laughs, a genuine smile on his lips as he leans back against the counter, crossing his arms over his chest. She yelled at us for at least 10 minutes after that. Your dad was so proud though. Deku reminisces, his gaze far away as if he were reliving the moment again. He has always been so easy to please. Dynamite says with a shrug, but his smile almost looks tender. If I tried anything, he was proud, even if I failed. Same went for you too. He was always proud of everything you did. Deku's smile is outright fond as he turns to look at Dynamite. I remember the first time I fell and scraped up my knee. When he was patching me up, he told me that my scrape was proof that I had done something new. Teach. Dynamite looks to the side, glancing at his food instead of meeting Deku's gaze. He was always soft like that. I think it's nice. Deku says. I think we needed that when we were younger. You did. Dynamite presses off the counter and turns towards the stove, reaching for the handle of the pork pan and shifting it slightly over the heat. You were so goddamn clumsy back then, you were constantly getting hurt. Somebody needed to baby you. Dynamite flips the pork in the pan and reaches for the pan with the rice, peeking through the lid to make sure it was cooking appropriately. Pleased, he turns back towards the cameras, leaning against the counter again. The pork cooks for 5 to 6 minutes per side, he had said initially, so they had 5 to 6 minutes to kill before anything needed to be done. He had already cut up the onions for the next step. The egg was already beaten in a bowl. Silence falls for a moment through the kitchen, but it doesn't seem to be awkward. It was clear in the conversation that they had just shared that Dynamite and Deku are close, but it's also clear in the companionable way they are able to sit in silence together. Still, probably because it makes bad TV to have complete silence, Kotaro's voice pipes up from off-screen suddenly. I don't think I knew that you guys were friends growing up. Oh yeah, Deku says immediately. We've been friends our whole lives. I tried my hardest to get rid of him, Dynamite says, and the wry twist to Deku's lips implies that it's a true statement. Didn't work, obviously. You tried to get rid of him, Kotaro repeats, but you were the one who said you wouldn't do this cooking show unless he did it with you. Immediately there's a dusting of red across Dynamite's cheeks, traveling up towards the tips of his ears. He clenches his jaw and looks stubbornly away from the camera, away from Deku, and away from where Kotaro is presumably standing even though he can't be seen for it to be confirmed, but he doesn't say anything. See, Kaken? Deku says after a moment, you are my #1 fan. I'm going to go back to Michael and tell him that I'll only do this show if you aren't involved. Dynamite grinds out, his cheeks bright red at his point. It'll be too late at that point. Deku points out, this episode will have already aired and everyone will already know how much you love me. I like him being here, Kotaro says, and there's a little bit of hesitancy in his voice. I think he can give us a lot of secrets about you. Dynamite raises an eyebrow and he looks both surprised and impressed. That's a bold thing to say. Deku promised me no murder. Kotaro reminds him. Deku laughs and Dynamite glances at him, and even through the cameras, it looks like the red on his cheeks darkens a little. I can tell secrets about Deku too, you know, Dynamite says after a moment. Oh, Kotaro says, and Deku is staring at Dynamite as if he's either daring him to try or not sure that he would actually do it. Do you know that he has his own cooking playlist? It's full of ridiculous songs that he sings and dances to whenever he cooks. Dynamite stares directly at Deku as he says it, clearly accepting an unspoken challenge. It's a good playlist. Deku cries immediately. And cooking is more fun with music. What are the odds we can hear this playlist? Kotaro asks. Deku hesitates for a moment, glancing at Dynamite. Trust me, Dynamite says. You don't want to see his embarrassing dancing. Mean. Deku mumbles under his breath. Dynamite sneers in response. Think about it, Kotaro says. Is that fair to ask? Fine, Deku agrees after a moment. I'll think about sending it to you. But that's it. Dynamite shakes his head and turns back to the food, pulling the pork out of the pan and transferring it onto a paper towel-covered plate. He doesn't say anything else about the playlist, and Deku stays quiet again, allowing Dynamite to explain the next steps of cooking the onions to almost caramelization, adding in the wet ingredients and then putting the pork back on top before adding the eggs. He takes another moment to explain different flavors that can be added to make unique versions of the standard dish and discusses at which point each flavor should be added for maximum effectiveness. The entire time he talks, gesturing with his chopsticks, Deku watches him fondly, smiling a little to himself. He never interrupts, but he watches every movement Dynamite makes with rapt attention, completely enthralled by him. Once Dynamite has finished explaining the next steps, he sets off to perform them himself. He moves through the kitchen with absolute expertise, even though it's a fairly simple recipe to make. Every movement he makes with confidence, and it's clear that he's been doing this for a long time. He may have had some mistakes in the past, burnt rice and all that, but it doesn't appear as if he makes any mistakes in his cooking anymore. He stirs the onions in the pan before adding the other ingredients. He leaves them to cook while he pulls the rice off the heat, taking the lid off and depositing that in the kitchen sink as well. Deku says. Immediately, Deku jumps into action. No additional words are spoken, no explanation of what he wants. He simply says Deku's name, but Deku seems to understand all the same. He stands up from his chair and crosses the kitchen, reaching into an overhead cupboard to pull down 3 bowls and carries them over to the kitchen counter, spreading them out. Dynamite follows behind him, dividing the rice evenly between each bowl while Deku goes and grabs a pair of chopsticks for each bowl. He, too, moves around the kitchen with ease, as if he had been there a few times before, opening only one drawer because he knew where he needed to be, reaching inside while barely even looking. Once Dynamite has finished with the rice, he extends the pot to Deku, who takes it immediately, and they move around each other with practiced ease, Deku taking the pot to the sink while Dynamite heads back to the stove to take the last of the food off of the heat, carrying it back to deposit it in the bowls as well. The way they work around each other suggests years of working together out in the field, the kind of understanding that only comes from being close and doing a lot of training with each other. It was known that they often were sent on missions together because they worked well together, but most civilians didn't get to see that teamwork because it was behind the scenes. Now, Dynamite says, sliding a bowl across the counter with chopsticks sitting across the top of it, this one's for Deku because he's a baby and can't handle anything spicy. He slides the other bowl towards the camera, this one's for you, Kotaro. There's chili flakes if you want them. And then he pulls the last bowl towards himself, picking up the chili flakes as he does so. And this one is for me. I will take chili flakes because I'm not a wimp and I like spice. Deku finishes putting the last pan in the sink and returns to the counter, dragging a second stool over and offering it to Dynamite, who slides onto it, propping one leg up as he does so. He takes up his own seat, reaching for his bowl and snapping his chopsticks with an emphatic thank you, Kaken. Kotaro, Deku says before he takes his first bite of food, the chopsticks halfway to his mouth. Come on. Hesitantly, Kotaro wanders his way onto the screen, pausing in front of the bowl that has been offered up as his. This is for me? Unless there's someone else here named Kotaro who has forced me to do a cooking show against my will, Dynamite says, already on his second bite of food. You'll love it, Deku says, finally taking his first bite. Kaken's katsudon is. And then Deku's eyes go wide as he tries to hurry through chewing his bite of food, scrambling out of chair as he rushes for a glass. Spicy? Kaken, what did you do? Immediately, Dynamite breaks out into laughter, throwing his head back and laughing so hard that he has to set his bowl down on the counter. Deku rushes around the kitchen behind him to try and fill a glass with water, drinking about half of it before pausing, panting, to glare at Dynamite from where he is a few feet away. I put chili flakes in the eggs. Dynamite answers after his pleased laughter dies down. He swivels on his stool to look at Deku. You deserve that and you know it. Now I know why you insisted that I do this show with you. Deku whines, taking another sip of water and fanning his mouth. You just wanted to get back at me. Yep. Dynamite agrees, reaching for his bowl of katsudon again and taking another bite. And you make it so easy because you're such a goddamn baby about spices? He then turns to address the camera. Now I don't recommend adding chili flakes to the eggs unless you really like spice or you have someone you need to get back at, like Deku. Normally you should leave them for the end so you can add them in small doses until you get the spice level you desire. Kaken, that's so mean. Deku complains as he refills his glass with water and finally returns to his stool, pushing his bowl of food away. I was so excited to eat it. Oh, shut up. Dynamite says on the end of a frustrated sigh. I had Kotaro buy enough supplies that I can make you more. Immediately, Deku perks back up again. You did? But you're waiting until I finish eating mine first? Dynamite warns, pointing his chopsticks at Deku to make a point. Then, he turns to regard Kotaro, who had taken a couple bites of his own katsudon in silence. I'll remake yours too, if you don't like the spice. Kotaro shakes his head, a hand covering his mouth as he swallows the bite he had just taken. It's really good with the spice, actually. He says, thank you, it was very kind of you to make me a portion too. The last thing the episode shows is Dynamite looking at Kotaro, clearly surprised, cutting off right as he mumbles, maybe you aren't so bad after all. Melancholy Calc Potato. I knew Dynamite and Deku were friends, but did anyone know they had been friends since childhood? Apparently ___ bot. Did anyone else expect this to be a joke? Like clickbait or something? I didn't expect to actually find Dynamite and Deku cooking. Forgiving Summers. Not the apron skull and crossbones, skull and crossbones, skull and crossbone. Chimera. Is it just me, or does their fighting look more like flirting? Dynamite was pretty red in the middle there. Stevie Banks, and he can cook? Is there anything he can't do? 404 missing. Wait, WTF, why is Dynamite actually a really good teacher? Clever, not Deku being close with Dynamite's family loudly crying face. Leo Wolf 35. Why doesn't this have more views? Why doesn't this have more views? Feral Ant Queen. I actually will fight Dynamite for title of #1 Deku superfan. XXXRDXXX. This is it, this is my entire personality now. I'm only going to talk about this for the rest of my life. Cat 811. Petition to get Deku's cooking playlist. Fangirl. I will do anything for that cooking playlist. Spaper Heartso. Who is going to tell me that Dynamite actually has a really pretty smile? Kotaro hadn't expected the first episode to have many views. They hadn't had long to advertise it, for one thing. Plus, the first episode of anything had the least number of views. That was how it worked. Word had to get out, the people who did see it had to talk about it, that was the nature of things. So when they posted it and it got a couple thousand views, he was really happy. That was more than he could have asked for. He patted himself on the back for a job well done and went to sleep content with himself. He'd gotten to learn more about both Deku and Dynamite, and he'd gotten to eat some delicious food. That was more than he expected for the day, and he was going to sleep easy with that. So when he woke up Saturday morning to see hundreds of thousands of views, his jaw nearly hit the floor. The room is filled with the kind of tense silence that cannot be broken as they all crowd around the desk and stare at the statistics pulled up on the computer screen before them. Kotaro had nearly sprinted into the PR office this morning, dragging Hanaku and Hiroto over to his desk before he even said good morning to them. They had come with little protest, staring wide-eyed at the screen as he pulled up the information he wanted to show them. And then they just stood there, silently, staring at the screen as if they were all waiting for something to pop up and say that this was part of some elaborate prank. It had been nearly 3 minutes of silence, and so far, the only thing that had happened was that the numbers they were staring at continued to tick up slowly. Finally, Hanaku is the one to break the silence. She takes in a breath that's audible in the still silence of the room and then says, her voice just above a hoarse whisper, "Am I reading that right?" She glances over to Hiroto and Kotaro for confirmation. Does that really have a comma in it? And it does, it really does. Kotaro hadn't been able to believe it himself, honestly. When he'd woken up to check the statistics of their first cooking episode, he had expected maybe a couple hundred views at best. The whole idea had been sort of a last-minute scramble, and there hadn't been time to properly market the idea at all. He had posted about it on the company's social media pages, but those rarely got traction on the best of days. Honestly, he's not sure how anyone really heard about the cooking show at all, but he is left to assume that one person, or maybe 2, 3 at most, stumbled upon it accidentally, and then word of mouth spread from there. Because the number on the screen definitely has a comma. There were over 300,000 views on the first episode, the number continuing to increase steadily but slowly as they all stared at it, open-mouthed and lost for words. Does? Kotaro finally confirms after a moment, his jaw practically sore from sitting on the ground all morning. And the reviews, he finally moves from where he's been frozen this entire time, leaning forward to click on a different tab, are all good. Everyone who watched it loved it. It had been like a dream, sifting through the comments this morning and reading what everyone had to say about it. They loved the idea, they loved Dynamite and Deku's dynamic, they appreciated how well Dynamite managed to teach. For what an absolutely far-fetched and absurd idea it had been to start with, it appeared to be working because people were only saying good things about Dynamite, and honestly, Kotaro thinks that must be the first time in his entire career that he has seen so many good things about the hero. He had spent the morning considering pinching himself, or purposely walking into a door just to see if he was really awake. For all he knew, Bakugo had knocked him out after he had suggested the idea, and this was all an elaborate dream as he slept peacefully in a hospital bed, Bakugo's grace, or most likely Midoriya's interference, the only thing keeping him alive. Hiroto finally seems to shake himself back to reality, too, as he braces a hand on the desk and leans forward to scan the comments that are still flooding in as they stare. They loved it? Yeah. Kotaro points out a few comments that stuck out to him, and Hiroto's eyebrows rise so high, they can barely be seen anymore as he scans them. And you really didn't make this all up? Hiroto asks after a moment, glancing up at Kotaro. Honestly, more than anything else, Kotaro appreciates the dedication that Hiroto thinks he has to this job. And he is dedicated to his job, clearly willing to do whatever it takes to get his job done. But even with that dedication, he wouldn't go to the effort to make hundreds of accounts, come up with hundreds of individual comments, and program a bunch of bots to watch the video on repeat. He's not even sure he would know how to do the last part. It's all genuine, he answers, just as blown away as his coworkers, despite the fact that he's had this information for a few hours longer than them. I haven't done anything. Truthfully, Kotaro wasn't sure how long it was going to take to get him to believe what he was seeing. Each time the number increased, it became even more unbelievable that this was actually happening. He had agreed to try, to give it his best shot, but he hadn't expected it to work, and certainly not so instantaneously. The numbers are only going to increase with each episode, Hanaku points out after a moment. You realize that, right? If we do proper marketing for it and people keep talking about it, it's only going to grow from here. And that is something Kotaro definitely can't wrap his head around. He hadn't even been expecting to reach these kind of numbers by the end. Honestly, even though he had been told to make 6 episodes of the cooking show, Kotaro had expected it to fizzle out after 2 or 3, clearly not a profitable endeavor that wasn't worth the effort to continuing pursuing it. He had expected Michael to shrug when Kotaro showed him the data and throw out some variation of "at least we tried our best" before allowing the idea to die. By then the steam would have blown over anyways, and whatever anger some of the public had towards the 2 pro heroes would be resolved or forgotten. But this all but sealed all of their fates. There was no way that Michael was going to look at these numbers and not require the full 6 weeks. That meant that Kotaro was going to be spending a night in Bakugo's kitchen every week for the next 5 weeks. He was going to go toe-to-toe with imminent death on a weekly basis, and each new time he faced it, the odds of Bakugo actually killing him probably increased. It may only be a marginal increase, but any increase was a chance that Kotaro wasn't particularly thrilled about taking. Except, now, instead of being a black mark that smudges his career permanently, he was standing on the precipice of something that could make his career, catapulting him to the top of the PR game and leaving him in a nearly undefeatable position. He no longer has the option of packing those cardboard boxes and hanging his head as he slipped out the back door, unnoticed by anyone. He had started this, so now he had to finish it. The change is immediate. It's subtle, sure. Barely even noticeable if Katsuki chooses to overlook it, and he does most of the time. But it's there whenever he does choose to look, and he doesn't know how to feel about it. His gut reaction is to be repulsed by it, but he's not entirely sure why. For all the years that they had been pro heroes, both Katsuki and Izuku had gotten their fair share of fan mail. It probably had a lot to do with the fact that their class was one of the most well-known classes in UA history and they had participated in a war before they'd even had their official hero licenses. Sometimes, Katsuki chooses to overlook that as well. Regardless, the idea of getting fan mail is far from a new concept to Katsuki, just like it's normal for them to get stopped on the street as people request to take pictures with them or congratulate them on their most recent win. When Katsuki had decided to be a hero, he hadn't thought about much more than the taste of victory on his tongue as he stood triumphant over the enemy. He hadn't really thought about becoming a public figure, a household name, someone for little kids to look up to. Silly to think that he hadn't realized this aspect of his future considering he had been that little kid looking up to All Might and always hoping to pass him by happenstance on the street so he could tell All Might just how impressed he was. But somehow the idea had never occurred to him that other people would feel that way about him. In the end, he had gotten used to it as best as he was ever going to get used to it, had learned to swallow down the small amount of discomfort that still came with being recognized, and managed to put on the closest thing he had to a smile whenever people tried to interact with him. But now that things have shifted, even if they're only a few degrees to the left, he was thrust back into that initial feeling of unease and discomfort. Most people who saw him and Izuku strolling the streets still just wanted pictures with them or yelled encouraging words as they passed by. There were always the few people who were wearing their merch, smiling broadly as they pointed to their shirts or hoodie. It seemed mostly normal, until one of the people who stopped them placed her hand on Katsuki's forearm before he could slip away. "I want you to know that I followed your katsudon recipe," she says earnestly and with a warm smile on her face. Katsuki freezes in his spot, but out of the corner of his eye, he can see Izuku's wide eyes and matching smile. "It was absolutely delicious. Isn't it great?" Izuku jumps into the conversation with that level of excitement he's known for, practically vibrating at Katsuki's side with something Katsuki has come to recognize as pride. He only vibrates on this particular wavelength when he's especially proud of something, or in this case, someone. That someone, of course, being Katsuki. It makes the whole situation more uncomfortable. "Kaken has always made my favorite katsudon." The woman is nodding as she looks at Izuku, her hand practically burning through Katsuki's forearm. "I've made katsudon for years, but the changes you suggested." She turns her warm gaze back on Katsuki and he doesn't know what to say or how to respond. "We're both super easy to make and very tasty. My whole family loved it. I can't wait to try all of your other recipes." Katsuki opens his mouth, not sure what to say other than a simple, "Thanks." But that seems to be all the woman needs because she beams at him, squeezes his arm once in what is obviously meant to be a fond gesture, and then she takes her leave, waving at Izuku as she goes. There's a long moment where Katsuki continues to stare after the woman for no reason other than the desire to avoid making the eye contact that Izuku is clearly waiting for. He can feel it, the way Izuku's proud gaze is burning into the side of his face, the way Izuku continues to vibrate with that same pride next to him. He doesn't have to turn to Izuku to know what he's going to say, but he also knows that it's going to be impossible to avoid. Katsuki takes a deep breath and lets it out slowly before turning to face Izuku. "See?" is all Izuku says to start, and Katsuki resists the urge to roll his eyes or sneer. Izuku huffs out a quiet laugh and tacks more onto the end, though Katsuki isn't sure he actually wants that. "People other than me love your cooking." "She didn't try my cooking," Katsuki points out as he sets off again, knowing that Izuku will inevitably fall into step with him the way he has their entire lives. "She followed my recipe." "That's not the same thing." "It's essentially the same thing." Izuku, true to form, is entirely unbothered by Katsuki being contrary. He simply smiles through it and brushes it off as if Katsuki hadn't said it at all. It was one of Izuku's most well-honed skills at this point in their lives. And I guarantee she's not the only one. Did you hear about the numbers the first episode got? The answer to that question is sort of. Because Katsuki and Izuku had both been copied in on an email from Kotaro where he was sending the updated information to Michael. So Katsuki had every ability to be informed of the numbers, he just chose not to be. He hadn't even opened the damn email, honestly. He'd read the title of it, seen who was included in the recipients, and deleted it without even a moment's consideration of reading it. The truth was he didn't give a shit. He didn't have any choice about making the rest of these episodes. Michael had ordered a strict 6 weeks and Katsuki had agreed. Even if it had been begrudging, it had also been binding. So whether the show was a huge success or a huge flop didn't impact the next 5 weeks of Katsuki's life. It's not like that shit matters, he says to Izuku instead of actually answering his question, but he knows that Izuku will deduce the answer from just those words. He's always been annoyingly observant, especially when it came to Katsuki. Of course it does. Izuku replies on the tail end of a sigh, shaking his head in a way that is both fond and exasperated. This exact conversation is new, but the tone of it is familiar to both of them. They slip into their roles easily and without hesitation, Izuku fighting for Katsuki to see the value in something that he had dismissed before even considering it. You could really make a difference in people's lives with this? I already make a difference in people's lives. Katsuki spits back, a little irritated at the concept. By fighting off villains and keeping their asses safe. There's a million cooking videos on the internet. There aren't a million heroes saving the day. Izuku inclines his head in acknowledgement of Katsuki's statement, but Katsuki knows that's not the end of it. It would be a good argument to use on literally anyone other than Izuku. But since Izuku is, in essence, the only hero that is better than Katsuki, it almost nullifies the statement. Because Izuku is out there making that same difference in people's lives, he understands Katsuki's point and where he's coming from, but he's also such a fucking goody two-shoes that he's constantly going above and beyond to try and aid people more than he already does. If going the extra mile is above and beyond, Izuku goes the extra 10 miles just because that's who he is as a person. So of course he would see this as something additional that's aiding the community they serve, something they should be devoting their time to. It's not like the fights, training, paperwork, and cleanup leave them with much free time. But Izuku has somehow always managed to stretch the number of hours in a day to unfathomable levels, making it so that he could get more done in less time. Katsuki had been at his side for years now and he still didn't have a single idea how the damn nerd managed to do it. I know you already do a lot for the city, Izuku says in a way that is clearly meant to placate. If it were anyone else, Katsuki would have their head for being a condescending asshole, but he knows that Izuku doesn't mean it that way. It still ruffles his feathers just a little and he shoots Izuku a sharp look. But this really could have the impact Michael and Kotaro want. You could be making a day-to-day impact on people's lives. And I, personally, think that's really cool. Of course you do. Katsuki grumbles, stepping closer to Izuku to allow them to sneak around a group of people waiting for the bus. You think everything is cool. That's why you keep those shitty notebooks? This time it's Izuku who rolls his eyes. I'm going to ignore that. How generous of you. Katsuki bites back, but it doesn't land. Nothing snide or snarky he says to Izuku ever lands anymore. They had long since moved past the point in their relationship where their words were covered with actual barbs or sharpened to hurt. Now everything they said was in good nature or taken with a grain of salt. Katsuki didn't have the same hatred for Izuku that he'd had when they were younger. He didn't feel that same inferiority, even though he now knew with absolute certainty that Izuku was better than him. I just think it's going to be really good. Izuku points out again, as if he hadn't already made his point 5 minutes ago. I think you should keep doing it. I don't have a fucking choice. Katsuki retorts. Michael's word is absolute, the bastard. You do have a choice. Izuku replies breezily, catching Katsuki's sleeve to tug him out of the way of some joggers. After the 6 weeks is up, you get to decide. Ha! Katsuki barks, shaking Izuku's hand off his sleeve. You think I'm going to keep doing this when I'm no longer forced to? That's fucking hilarious, Deku. Izuku shakes his head again, but his smile still hasn't dulled. There's something in his eyes that Katsuki doesn't like when he glances over at him. It's the look he has when he knows something that Katsuki doesn't. Or when he's predicting something Katsuki's going to do. I think you'll be surprised, is all he says. The interesting thing about Michael's office is that it looks like it should be warm and welcoming, but somehow there's always a little bit of a cold chill to it. It's decorated with plants and pictures. There are books other than scholarly ones filling the shelves that sit behind his desk. It looks like it belongs to someone with personality and isn't just a cold room devoid of any feeling. And yet, every time Izuku steps into it, he feels like he's unable to fully relax. Deku, Michael greets, glancing up briefly from the paper he's filling out as his door opens. Thank you for coming on such short notice. Izuku steps into the room and mumbles some sort of acknowledgement as he waits for Michael to finish up what he's doing. There are 2 chairs opposite of his desk, but he doesn't dare sit in them without invitation, feeling as if it would somehow be extremely rude to do so. Michael is actually very kind and Izuku likes him a lot, but he wears the air of a boss well and it leaves little to no room for challenging him or making any sort of misstep. It has made him extremely successful and is the reason he is the head of the agency that houses the majority of the top-tier heroes. He takes his job seriously and he expects his heroes to do the same, but he's never been unkind or unfair in anything he's ever asked them to do. Of course, Katsuki would disagree vehemently, but that's because he hasn't learned the difference between something being unfair and something just being inconvenient for him, personally. Just because he hates doing some of the things Michael asks them to do doesn't mean Michael is out of line by asking them to do those things. The longer they've been pro-heroes, the more Izuku has been gifted the ability to watch Katsuki grow and develop. When they had first started as heroes at the agency, Katsuki would have raised hell for any and every task he didn't personally like, and that was most of them, to say the least. Now he would make a snide comment or 2 but otherwise would bite his tongue. At the very least, now he would suck it up and complete whatever task they'd been handed, even if he complained through the whole thing. There were times in their past when he'd had exactly 0 intention of ever following through on anything and Izuku had to all but beg him to do it. Okay. Michael sets down the pen he had been holding and turns his gaze up to Izuku. It snaps Izuku back to the present as he watches Michael offer him a warmer smile and greet him again. Hello. Hi. Izuku replies, feeling stupid as he does so. That's one thing he's never gotten the hang of as he's grown up, talking to people he respects. He's still an incoherent mess around the other pro-heroes and he trips over his words nearly every time he tries to talk to Michael. It's absolutely and completely lost on him that he's the #1 pro-hero, honestly. He still feels like the 15-year-old who was struggling to gain control of his quirk and desperately trying not to be left behind by his amazing classmates. He still feels like the kid who kept notebooks full of info on the pro-heroes because he idolized them more than anyone else. It hadn't sunk in at all that he was one of them now and that other people looked up to him the way he looked up to others. He was fairly certain at this point that he would never get used to that. I'm sorry to have you stop in so late in the day, Michael begins, graciously overlooking how silly Izuku must sound. It makes Izuku want to let out a sigh of relief. But there is something I wanted to talk to you about. Of course. Izuku agrees, finally taking a seat as Michael gestures to it. In truth, he has no idea what Michael could want. The first episode of the cooking show had gone well and Izuku had been copied in on multiple emails over the last few days between Michael and both his and Katsuki's PR teams. His was now getting some input since he was now officially part of the whole thing, but it was still driven by Kotaro, and there didn't seem to be anything amiss. It was wildly unexpected how well the first episode had done, but other than that, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Katsuki continued to complain about it every time he saw a new email in his inbox or realized he was one day closer to having to film a new episode, but those fell well within the realm of things that Izuku had expected. His hero work had been going well too. He'd managed to close a case that had been plaguing the agency for months a few days ago, but Michael had already complimented him on that, so he didn't think this meeting could be related to that either. So instead of spending all of his time guessing and working himself into more and more anxiety, he chose to sit quietly in the chair opposite of Michael and wait for him to explain. Michael, luckily, has always been a man who gets right to the point. It's perhaps the only good thing that Katsuki has ever said about him. I was reviewing the previous episode of Discriminating Taste. Michael begins, smiling a little at the name, and it almost makes Izuku want to smile too. And I realized that you had mentioned a playlist? This is not how Izuku expected this to go and certainly not how he would have liked it to go. Technically, it had been Katsuki who had mentioned the playlist, not Izuku, and that was a very important distinction because Izuku had no intent of sharing that playlist with anyone. It was something he played whenever he was over at Katsuki's and cooking, But usually in those instances Katsuki was busy finishing up paperwork or taking a shower. Izuku was aware of the fact that Katsuki knew he had a cooking playlist. He had come in at the tail end of Izuku cooking before, which was the proper moment to see him singing and dancing around Katsuki's kitchen while he waited for the food to finish cooking, of course. It had been deeply embarrassing the first few times it had happened, but then Katsuki hadn't made any more fun of him than usual and Izuku had learned to let go of that embarrassment. Still, that didn't mean that he was suddenly ready or willing to share the playlist with other people. It was one thing to share it with Katsuki, it was another to make it entirely public and to let everyone see what kind of things he wanted to listen to. Though, truthfully, it wasn't the songs that were embarrassing, it was the mental image that he knew they would all paint of him in the kitchen now that Katsuki had shared how he liked to bop around the kitchen to his music. But if this conversation was heading the way he thought it was heading, he wasn't about to be given much of a choice in whether he would like to share that playlist or not. As Katsuki had said, Michael's word is absolute. And I was reviewing the comments on the video, Michael continues, seemingly unaware of the distress this subject has put Izuku into. And there are a large number of people requesting to have access to your playlist. Ever since becoming a well-known hero, Izuku had made it a habit to keep as much of his life secret as possible. Most of it was due to the fact that he still didn't think of himself as a celebrity, so he tried to maintain that sense of normalcy at all costs. The rest of it was because the media loved to take the things he said and did and run away with them, drawing conclusions that couldn't be further from the truth. So he'd never shared any of his music tastes, or tastes for anything really. Yes, I believe I talked to Kotaro about that, Izuku begins, only to be cut off by Michael. Yes, I've also talked to Kotaro about it. Michael replies smoothly, and now there's a particular glint in his eyes that suggests that he knows exactly how much Izuku is going to dislike what he's asking for, but he's asking for it anyways. And suddenly Izuku finds himself in a position where he understands Katsuki a lot more than usual, because he absolutely hates everything about this situation, but he understands where Michael is coming from. Their goal is to get more people to view the show and to make them more personable and likable to the public. While the latter goals are more specifically tailored to Katsuki, it could never hurt to try and bolster his own popularity too. So now he must face the fact that what Michael is asking him isn't strictly unfair, even if Izuku thinks he'd rather do just about anything else. I understand, he forces himself to reply, swallowing around a lump in his throat. I'll send the link over to Kotaro. Michael's smile isn't cruel, but it's still something Izuku doesn't want to look at any longer. Thank you. They make brief small talk after that, and then Izuku is finally dismissed. He could change his playlist before he sends it to Kotaro, could take out the songs that are already echoing in the back of his mind while he thinks about it, but that wouldn't be authentic. And if he's going to do this, he's going to do it genuinely. Maybe the general public will be just as uninterested as Katsuki, maybe they won't dig into the songs or try to read into anything. It's certainly a long shot, but it's the hope Izuku holds on to as he pulls out his phone and sends the link over to Kotaro before he has a chance to chicken out at all. This time, setting up the equipment is a quick and easy process. Everyone has been to Bakugo's flat before, they have already gone through the trouble of finding outlets and determining the perfect camera angle. There were pages upon pages of notes on both of those subjects that had been written so that they could repeat their setup every single time they came, even if someone new had to step in. The apartment feels more familiar to Kotaro now, too, even though he's only been here once. He had been so intimidated the first time he'd come in that he had been able to recognize the warmth and welcoming sensation, but he hadn't been able to experience it. He remembers having the revelation that Bakugo and Midoriya were just two people and he was inside one of their homes, the way he would be inside anyone else's home, but he'd been 2 seconds away from passing out the entire time that it hadn't really hit him. It doesn't fully hit him this time either, but he isn't as terrified as before. There is a sort of comfort to Bakugo's apartment, and he feels a sense of ease as he kicks his shoes off inside the door. He walks through the place easily, navigating around things. He even considers pausing to look at what pictures Bakugo has framed but decides that's for a day when he's feeling braver than today. He was doing good today by just navigating the place on his own. He didn't want to press his luck. The lighting crew moved around Bakugo's apartment with ease now, plugging in and adjusting lights, shifting stuff on the counter to make sure that there wasn't anything reflective in the way. They'd had to make some adjustments for all the stainless steel Bakugo had in his flat, but even that seemed to be going quickly this time, too. Just like last time. Both Bakugo and Midoriya are already in the kitchen when they arrive. Midoriya seated with a head propped in his hand while Bakugo sorts through the ingredients that had been dropped off by Kotaro earlier in the day. Bakugo had taken his sweet time in requesting his ingredients this week, and Kotaro wanted to believe it was because he hadn't settled on what kind of dish he was going to make, but deep inside he assumed it was some sort of retaliation at the fact that he was being made to do this. He had emailed the recipe over to Catreo just minutes before the deadline, giving Kotaro only one morning to do the shopping and the delivery. He had been lucky that all the ingredients had been available and in stock at the first store he'd gone to. If he'd had to make more than one trip, he probably wouldn't have made his own deadline. It's something he needs to talk to Bakugo about. Through email. Tomorrow. Maybe Sunday. All set. One of the lighting crew members calls, twisting one last dial that means absolutely nothing to Kotaro. Everyone turns to glance over at them, Bakugo and Midoriya included, but they don't seem to wilt under the pressure at all. They just smile and shoot a thumbs up towards the two pro heroes, taking a step back to get out of the camera game. Kotaro is watching as their foot catches on one of the lighting cords. They seem to notice the feeling of the cord immediately, shifting their weight back onto their other foot in a desperate attempt to not pull out the cord. It sends them tipping off balance immediately, and Kotaro rushes forward to catch them by the shoulder, holding them steady as they manage to get their feet back underneath them. "Are you all right?" he asks after the commotion has died down and they're starting to take back their own weight instead of leaning so heavily on him. Yes, they turn a beaming smile up at him once they have their footing again. "Thank you so much." "Oh right." Kotaro feels like he's stumbling over his words suddenly, not used to being the center of anyone's attention. The whole point of PR was to make people pay attention to someone else. Of course. Just be careful. The way they laugh is light and airy as they finally step properly over the cord and retreat to where they're supposed to be. "I will be." And just like that, the moment is over. That is, until Kotaro glances over to see Midoriya staring at him with a warm smile and an unreadable expression in his eyes. Kotaro can't place it, but it makes him feel like he has to look away. "Right?" Kotaro says again, drawing the attention in the room to him briefly. He clears his throat. "Well, I believe everything is set up. Are you ready to get started?" "I was ready before. You assholes got here." Bakugo replies, only to be whacked in the arm by Midoriya, the hit accompanied by a withering look. Bakugo scoffs and rolls his eyes. "Ready," he says instead, shooting a look at Midoriya. Midoriya stares at him for a moment longer, as if trying to emphasize an unspoken point, and then turns to look back at the rest of the crew. "Ready." The same sense of fate settles around Kotaro as he calls out the countdown. He barely has a chance to wonder what's in store for him this time. The episode isn't live streamed, but there's still a bunch of people in the chat before the episode even begins. There's a buzz that fills the chat as the title to the episode loads and the screen starts to shift. Discriminating taste. Cooking with Dynamite. Episode 2. Tom Yum Soup. Follow along with Dynamite's recipe here. Listen to Deku's playlist here. Just like the first episode, when the screen fades from black, Dynamite is standing behind the kitchen counter with a bunch of ingredients spread out in front of him. Deku is seated in the same spot as last time, the same bright smile on his face. They both look at ease, as if this is a normal place for them to be, next to each other in the privacy of Dynamite's house. The chat is already alive with comments before anyone even starts to speak. "Thank you for joining us." Deku pipes up when the silence lasts for a beat too long, his smile never faltering as he slips into the moment. It's something he's known for in interviews, answering for Dynamite or cutting Dynamite off to redirect his answer into something more agreeable. It's something their fan bases have always loved. And just like in every interview, Dynamite doesn't actually look put out to hear Deku doing it. "We were blown away by the support you guys gave us on the first episode, and we're really excited to be back here to film another episode for you." "Are we?" Dynamite quips, but there's a good-natured smirk on his lips that makes it lack any sort of bite. It's clear that Deku knows this because he just rolls his eyes in Dynamite's direction and answers, "Yes, we are." Dynamite huffs but doesn't interrupt as Deku continues with, "We heard so many great stories of people trying Kaken's recipes and enjoying them. It's been really heartwarming to hear from all of you, and I'm so glad that you're enjoying this series so far." Okay. Dynamite cuts in, waving his hand dismissively. "Are they here to listen to you ramble or to see me cook? Why can't they be here for both?" Deku replies easily, shooting a sharp smile at Dynamite. "I'm capable of talking while you cook." Dynamite stares at him for a long second, and the tension in the room seems to grow. The chat immediately explodes with calls for Kotaro, a fan favorite that they had barely gotten to see enough of in the first episode. And even though nobody could confirm that he was there since he hadn't shown up on screen at all yet, the chat was certain that they could feel his brand of anxious energy seeping through the screen. And sure enough, when the tense staring lasted long enough, Kotaro appeared in the corner of the screen, having taken a few tentative steps forward. He held a hand out in front of him and seemed to be radiating the same sort of discomfort as he had in the first episode. "Can we please get to the cooking?" he asks, both terrified and exasperated at the same time. The chat immediately agrees that it's a relatable feeling when interacting with these two pro-heroes specifically. Deku responds immediately, returning to his normal, warm smile as he glances at Kotaro. "Of course, I'm sorry." "Oh," Dynamite says, his same tight smile in place as he turns back to the screen itself. "I'm supposed to announce something." "That's okay," Deku says immediately, and even through the screen, the red in his cheeks is very visible. He flushes so dark, his freckles almost disappear completely. It's both endearing and impressive. "You were right, they're here for the cooking, so let's get to that." "And deny your fans what they want?" Dynamite sneers, and the chat immediately lights up with people jumping to Deku's aid. "They were practically begging for the link to your playlist last episode." Immediately, Deku buries his face in his hands as he mumbles something that is entirely unintelligible through both the screen and his hands. He hasn't gotten even the slightest bit less red. The chat, however, has stopped coming to his defense and instead shifted into continued demands for the playlist that had been mentioned. As soon as the last episode had aired, there had been a gathering of fans on Twitter and Tumblr talking about it and dissecting the little crumbs of their lives that had been dropped, and the biggest topic of scrutiny had been the elusive playlist that had been mentioned in passing. There were theories all over the place about what kind of music Deku would listen to, with heated arguments on whether he was a good dancer or the kind of person who danced around their kitchens so terribly it was endearing somehow, even if it was still embarrassing. Those seemed to be the two camps that everyone fell into. Nobody seemed to think he had the potential to be a mediocre dancer. There were arguments about how skilled he was in battle and how that surely had to translate to his dancing moves, and equal but opposite arguments about how awkward and easily flustered he was and how that also had to translate to his dancing. It was widely agreed upon that the fans would likely never know because they couldn't imagine a situation in which Deku would ever demonstrate his dancing abilities for them. For being so kind and outgoing, he was pretty secretive about his personal life, which his fans tried to protect with as much ferocity as possible. They didn't like the idea of people prying into the things he clearly tried to keep secret, so they tried to ask for as little as possible. Which meant that the final decision on whether he was a good or awkward dancer would come from hearing the playlist. He had agreed last episode to consider sharing it so people didn't feel bad asking for it. If it was music with good beats that were easy to dance to, he would be considered a good dancer. And if it were songs that reasonably should not be danced to, he would permanently be deemed an awkward dancer unless he ever decided to prove them wrong. That's right, Dynamite is grinning at the camera now, clearly enjoying the extent to which Deku's ears have turned red. His face is still buried in his hands, but it's assumed that his cheeks are equally aflame. The link to Deku's shitty playlist is in the description of this video. Or that's what they've told me anyways. It is. Kotaro chimes in from off-screen. So listen for yourself and thank your lucky fucking stars that you don't have to see his dancing. Dynamite remarks before picking up a knife and reaching for a cutting board. Okay, now let's get to some cooking. You're the worst. Deku finally emerges from behind his hands, scowling. You're the one who gave them the link. Dynamite shrugs, rearranging a few ingredients. Should have told them to fuck off if you didn't want to share it. You know I could never do that. Deku cries, looking affronted at the implication. Dynamite slices into a package and starts dumping things onto the cutting board. I know that you're a wimp. It's called being a nice person. Deku snaps. You should try it sometime, Kaken. Before the chat even has a chance to react, the fans in general love the way Deku and Dynamite are always taking friendly shots at each other. There's something so enticing about it. Dynamite just smirks and replies with a simple pass. Deku sighs and crosses his arms over his chest, leaning back on the stool he's seated on. It looks like a very precarious position, but he doesn't seem to lose balance at all. Instead, he just sits there, perfectly stable, pouting at the camera. Fine, just tell us what you're cooking, he says finally. And so Dynamite does. Or he tries to, anyway. But the moment he reaches for the first ingredient, Deku is sitting upright in his seat, leaning across the counter towards Dynamite. Kaken, aren't you forgetting something? Deku asks pointedly, staring at Dynamite with a displeased expression. What the hell could I be forgetting? Dynamite asks, glancing around the counter. I checked all the ingredients beforehand. Not the ingredients, Deku points out, and the chat is suddenly exploding with ideas, clearly making the jump to Deku's meaning much faster than Dynamite had. If you have something to say, Dynamite grumbles, turning to face Deku. Just fucking say it. Your apron. Deku cries, throwing his hands up in the air before gesturing at Dynamite's exposed button-up shirt. You're not wearing the apron I got you. Oh, Dynamite says, and he glances around his kitchen as if he had genuinely forgotten about the apron. I don't know where it is. Deku leans back into the seat of his chair, hands gripping the edge of the countertop. Not tightly, not out of anger, but it almost looks like he's using them to hold himself steady in his chair as he leans even further back to glance around Dynamite, inspecting the kitchen himself. The fans are doing the same, comments flying into the chat about how nobody sees even a hint of the apron in the background, no pop of green, no edge of it hanging somewhere off-screen. It's collectively agreed upon that the apron is nowhere to be found in the kitchen. You don't know where it is? Deku repeats, or you got rid of it because you didn't want to wear it? Listen, Deku. Dynamite sends him a disapproving look. I might be an asshole, but I'm not that big of an asshole. I didn't get rid of the damn thing. He pauses mid-sentence, a thought clearly occurring to him. Hold on, I know where it is. And then, without any preamble whatsoever, Dynamite strides off-screen. Deku watches him go, eyebrows rising as he tracks Dynamite's route through his flat. He clearly knows the layout well because he suddenly breaks into a big grin when he realizes where Dynamite is, hauling himself back up to sit properly in his chair. His smile only grows, the edges turning a little smug as Dynamite finally returns back on screen, the offending apron in hand. Kaken, Deku says, leaning forwards a little as Dynamite passes behind him. Did you wash my apron? There's a dusting of pink across Dynamite's cheeks at the question. Shut up, dirt. It was gross after the last episode. I needed to clean it. That's very thoughtful of you. Deku replies, smiling more genuinely now. Shut the hell up, Dynamite says, slipping the arpon over his head. I have a cooking show to host. Deku laughs warmly, the sound everyone is familiar with, even if it has a bit more depth to it now. It sounds more real, more heartfelt. The chat loves it immediately and is already rejoicing in the return of the apron, calling for it to be a permanent staple to every future episode. Sorry, Kaken. Deku sinks his head back into his hand, a position that seems to be his favorite when watching Dynamite cook. Go ahead and start cooking. And this time, Dynamite actually does. He explains the recipe for the day and the steps he's taking to peel the prawns, holding them up as he does so, allowing the viewers to get a good view of each step. The camera zooms in appropriately, really highlighting the skill Dynamite has with his hands. He's very dexterous and he peels the prawns with ease, separating the parts he wants for the broth and the meat he wants to save for later. He takes a moment to explain all the ingredients that are going to be added to the broth and discusses how long to simmer it down in order to get the most flavor. He talks about bashing open the garlic and lemongrass to really extract as much flavor as possible. It's gruff, but it's also very informative and well explained. He pauses frequently to allow people to keep up with what he's doing and does his best to stand off to the side when dropping ingredients into the pot so that it can be easy for the viewers to see it. The chat fills with a lot of personal anecdotes of Tom Yum Soup, but it floods even more with comments appreciating Dynamite and discussing what a good job he does explaining. Any few questions that remain, the other viewers seem able to answer easily. And suddenly a sense of community is being fostered without Dynamite even knowing that he's doing it. Once everything is in the pot, he turns back to the other ingredients and spends a brief moment explaining what he's going to do to prepare them while the broth simmers. And then, as soon as he's quiet and working, Deku pipes back up. It wasn't that anyone had forgotten he was there, but the last few minutes had been so focused on Dynamite and the recipe that Deku hadn't even been on the screen for a lot of it. It's almost jarring when he speaks up again, but the look on his face tells everyone that he had been patiently waiting for this moment, the taste of revenge clear in his tone. The apron hadn't been enough, it seemed. Deku wanted payback for the playlist, and he had been lying in wait the entire beginning of the episode. Did you guys know that Kakin used to be afraid of thunderstorms? He asks in what is clearly meant to be a false sense of innocence. The way his smile stretches across his face is far too big to mistake for anything else. Dynamite's knife clatters loudly against the countertop. What the hell, Deku? The point of this show is for everyone to get to know you, right? Deku continues with the fake innocence. I'm just helping with that. Dynamite makes no move to pick his knife back up. There's a brief silence where he's clearly calculating his next move and then he's grinning and it's almost as lethal as Deku's fake innocence. Deku still cries when he meets other pro heroes. I do not. Deku replies incredulously, his mouth falling open in surprise. You literally cried like 2 days ago when those other heroes asked for your autograph? Dynamite replies sharply, finally moving to grab his knife again. I didn't cry. Deku retorts, crossing his arms again. It's the most petulant anyone has ever seen him act and the chat is absolutely eating it up. I was a little choked up, that's all. You're the #1 hero, and you get choked up when people want your autograph. Dynamite emphasizes in a way that's clearly meant to be somewhat mocking. You slept with a stuffed animal until middle school. Deku fires back immediately. That's normal. Dynamite defends, putting down the knife he had just picked up. You still have that stuffed animal? Deku tacks on, looking smug. When All Might called you to wish you a happy birthday last year, you were so flustered that you hung up on him. Dynamite retorts, turning to fully face Deku now. Deku swivels in his chair as well, leaving them nearly eye to eye. The only thing is the fact that Deku is sitting, so he's technically tipping his chin up to stare Dynamite down, but it adds to his air of defiance. You used to participate in my hero analysis. And you have more All Might comics than I do. You ran away from home once, but it only lasted for 10 minutes before you felt too bad for worrying your mom and went home. It was your idea that I run away from home. Deku stands from his chair, but he's smiling now instead of being angry. Always a bad influence, Kakin. You were too much of a damn wuss to follow through. You'd barely made it through the door before you were going home again. Dynamite remembers, his own lips twitching up at the corners in a smile. My mom hadn't even started cooking dinner yet. I came back for dinner, though. Deku laughs, all tension draining from his shoulders. Yeah, your stupid ass went home and apologized to your mom and then came back and stayed the night like we planned. Dynamite slumps back against the counter, shaking his head at the memory. My mom didn't even realize I'd run away, Deku admits, grinning a little sheepishly. When I got home, she asked me why I'd come home from your house. She knew where I was the whole time. She thought I was just going to spend the night. Jesus, Dynamite laughs. You can't even run away properly. I've never been good at hurting the people I care about, Deku replies with a shrug, sliding back into his seat. Dynamite looks like he wants to say something back to that when the pot on the stove behind him starts to boil over, the broth making a distinct sound as it evaporates on the flame. Shit. Dynamite flies off the counter and rushes to the stove, turning the heat down and lifting the lid so he's able to stir it. If you're cooking this at home, don't get distracted by a shitty nerd, it ruins how your food turns out. I don't know, Deku replies mildly, food is better when enjoyed with good company. I wonder if I'll ever get the chance to find that out, Dynamite remarks, replacing the lid on the pot. The chat has gone absolutely wild at all the revelations of their history, everyone gripping onto different facts and trying to reconcile that with knowledge they already have of the heroes. The most striking thing, though, the thing that catches everyone's attention and refuses to let go, is the way that they know each other. They talk so casually about each other and their history together, it's like they'd never spent a minute apart from each other. And while that's highly unlikely, everything they do, every interaction they have seems to flaunt a bond that a lot of people didn't realize they had. It was one thing for Deku to have talked openly in interviews about their friendship, but it was another thing entirely to watch it unfold right in front of their eyes. Deku talked about a lot of the pro-heroes and he only had great things to say about them, Dynamite included. But this was entirely different than his public persona or his well-crafted praise of someone. This was real and genuine in a way that no interview ever could be. There was nothing scripted or predictable about the way they interacted. They fed off of each other, bounced their taunts back and forth with absolute ease, each rising to their side of the challenge. But underneath it all was a current of fondness and friendliness that nobody had really ever seen Dynamite display towards anyone. The next step, Dynamite breaks the silence that had settled after his quip, is to strain the broth. Ideally you'll strain it twice, just to be sure. He's standing over his kitchen sink, pot holders over his hands as he clutches the metal stock pot as close to his body as he can tolerate. There's a strainer in the sink, sitting over the opening of a rather large bowl that was clearly meant to catch all the broth. Dynamite struggles with the pot a little because it's too big and too hot for him to hold comfortably. He's just gotten it over the sink and lined it up with the strainer and the bowl when Deku leaps out of his chair and rushes across the kitchen. "Wait, Kaken." Dynamite pauses, just short of tipping the pot and pouring the broth. "What? Your sleeves?" Deku replies, as if that should answer everything. To Dynamite, it seems to. He glances down at his arms and mumbles some curse under his breath, beginning to try and shift the pot back towards the stove, but Deku reaches his side before he can go any further. "I've got them." Dynamite freezes in his spot, twisting to face Deku a little more squarely. Deku steps up to him with the utmost ease, fingers brushing the inside of Dynamite's forearm as he reaches to undo the button holding the cuff of the long sleeve together. He makes quick work of gently rolling the sleeve up, leaning his head forward to watch his work and nearly putting Dynamite's face into a sea of green curls. His fingers are delicate but quick, gently gliding up the length of Dynamite's forearm as he pushes the sleeve up past his elbow. Deku's face isn't clearly visible with how he has it tilted down, but Dynamite's face is visible and it's almost as red as Deku's had been earlier. But he doesn't move to pull away as Deku shifts him to make it easier to reach his other arm. After a moment, Deku finishes, and he steps back to look at his handiwork. He glances up to meet Dynamite's face, and the moment their eyes meet, it's like a tangible spark shifts through the screen. For the long moment that they stare at each other, both as red as the tomato that Dynamite had been cutting up previously, the world seems to stop. Even the chat is completely silent as those seconds tick by, nobody daring to break the tension that has built between them. It's almost hard to breathe, watching the way they simply stare at each other. Finally, Dynamite seems to regain some sense of self and clears his throat. "Move, Deku. I've got hot shit in my hands here. Right?" Deku nearly jumps back, looking almost as if he'd been electrocuted by the spark that was between them. "Sorry. I just didn't want you to get any broth on your sleeves." Dynamite doesn't reply to that as he finally gets around to straining the broth. He strains it twice while Deku shuffles back to his seat, eyes wide and cheeks still tinted pink. He rests his hands on the counter and seems entirely unaware of the fact that he's opening and closing his fists repeatedly, as if he can't get a sensation off of his fingertips. Dynamite manages to finish making the rest of the soup without much input from Deku. He explains the different spice levels and this time seems to take pity on Deku, making it at a spice level that he can tolerate instead of too hot for his taste. Deku watches every move Dynamite makes and comments occasionally, but suddenly seems much more subdued than he had been before. The chat is, as expected, having an absolute field day with the entire thing. When the soup is finally done, Dynamite dishes up 3 bowls of it again, beckoning Kotaro onto the screen. The chat is thrilled to see the man since he hadn't had much interaction this episode. They're even more thrilled when Dynamite tells him nonchalantly that he's part of the eating crew now, too, and that he would be getting a dish every episode. The episode ends with everyone enjoying their soup. Kotaro raves about how delicious it is. Deku agrees, trying to plaster his usual smile on his face, but it sits a little wonky suddenly. Dynamite smiles confidently the way he always does, but the last image that shows up on the screen before the episode ends is of Dynamite staring at Deku's profile, eyebrows drawn together in what appears to be concern. Ascend understanding. Okay, I know I'm not the only person who saw that blush right eyes. Violet Wisteria, that was the most domestic thing I've ever witnessed. Did you see how tenderly Deku rolled up his sleeves? Nekikun, it's amazing that the electricity between them didn't burn down the whole kitchen. Movie Talker, not Dynamite choosing to actually make it edible for Deku. This EP loudly crying face 2 hearts. Darth Dutton, the amount of Kotaro content we have gotten is not nearly enough for my liking. Svishinmiki, petition to make Kotaro a permanent part of every episode. Cosmonol 13. Okay, but did you guys listen to Deku's playlist? Like half of those songs are about being in love with your best friend. Stultified_nugget. Yeah, Deku's playlist is pretty fruity, Angel Eyes. Sladidison, everything about this EP was fruity, not just the playlist. Tangerine Strawberry Nail Polish. Alchemedes, I bet we'd get to see Dynamite blush again if we saw him listen to the playlist. Kel111, you guys are thinking what I'm thinking, right? Tell me you also think they're in love. Mender's Skins under Skoon. If they're not in love, I don't know what love looks like. Starstruck. Love's love. I mean, Dynamite just stood there and let Deku roll up his sleeves. That's about as domestic as possible. Those _ships_lo. Don't worry guys, I'll find us proof. Freckles _flowers. That playlist is full of love songs. And Dynamite said he sings them around the kitchen. Is you serenading Dynamite with love songs? Fake hackin'. The idea of Deku serenading Dynamite is actually going to be the thing that kills me. Cloud_cover, do you think Kotaro knows what he started with this? He must know, right? Izuku sighs as he closes his laptop, dropping his head onto the table before him. He should have known, he did know, honestly, that their fans wouldn't be nearly as unobservant as Katsuki. He knew that they would hone in on his playlist, but he hadn't expected it to be so immediate. The episode had barely finished airing half an hour ago and they were already in the comments calling him out for having a bunch of love songs in his playlist. He had played that playlist for Katsuki dozens of times and never heard a word about it, but here the fans were listening to it once and already they were finding the hidden words that Izuku used the playlist to say for him. The thing is, he can't even deny that the playlist has some love songs in it. That hadn't been intentional though, it really hadn't been. He had just created a playlist of songs that reminded him of Katsuki and what it felt like to be in the kitchen with him. He hadn't thought twice about it until he'd been listening to it one day while cooking when Ochako had come over and she had asked him why he was listening to love songs. And, well, he couldn't overlook that aspect once it had been pointed out to him. But he also couldn't bring himself to change the songs on the playlist because he had so many fond memories of dancing around Katsuki's kitchen to them. And so he just continued to listen to his same playlist and hoped that Katsuki would never notice. And he never had. Which was great, because Izuku wasn't sure how he'd ever explain it if he was directly asked. And for a long time, it seemed like he'd never be directly asked because Katsuki never cared to say anything more than turn that shit off. In regards to his music. But now that so many people had heard it, now that so many people had already identified it for what it was, he was going to have to figure out how to explain himself. That, or he was going to have to figure out how to block Katsuki's internet access and blackmail everyone they knew into never mentioning it ever again. He wasn't sure which option was easier. I can't believe you actually gave them that playlist, Ochako says, staring at Izuku over the rim of her coffee mug. She's sitting across from him at the booth of their favorite coffee shop, early enough in the morning that the sun is barely even kissing the horizon and the patrons who are there are also regulars and no longer enamored by their presence. That's basically a public love confession. It's a playlist. Izuku insists on the end of a groan, leaning back in his chair and covering his eyes. It's not a love confession. It's just coincidental that some of the songs are love songs. You can keep lying to yourself all you want, she replies dismissively. But you can't lie to me. What was I supposed to do? Izuku asks, dropping his hands onto the tabletop and nearly spilling his own untouched mug of coffee in the process. "You know I can't say no to Michael." Ochako looks at him, clearly unimpressed. She spent years trying to teach him to stand up for himself and to set boundaries, and he's certainly made progress, but never when it comes to authority figures. If anyone with any amount of power asks him for something, he will bend over backwards to give it to them unless he has strong moral objections. But there's no moral objection to him sharing his playlist, just the imminent embarrassment and humiliation of the whole world listening to a bunch of love songs that he said he had specifically picked for when he cooks with Katsuki. And the gut-wrenching feeling that gave him was so much worse than the ones he'd felt with some of his stronger moral obligations. "You could have given them a different playlist," she says simply when he continues to do nothing other than stare miserably at her. "Literally nobody except Katsuki, or I would know that it was different. You know I wouldn't tell on you, and do you really think Katsuki would even check? He'd never put that much effort in." It had never occurred to Izuku that he could simply switch out the playlist that he was handing over. It was such a simple idea, but it was unbearably brilliant, and he hates himself for not coming up with it. He should have consulted Ochako the moment Michael had requested the playlist. If he had, she could have suggested this idea to him days ago, and his inbox wouldn't be flooded with emails of people pointing out all the hidden implications in his songs. "I never even thought of that," Izuku admits after a moment, reaching out to hold his mug of coffee in case the warmth of it does something to dull the terrible sensation that's flooding his veins. "Of course you didn't." Ochako sips at her own coffee, still too hot to take a proper drink of. "You've never been good at being deceptive." And that, at least, was true. Izuku had done a lot of things in his life, many of which were ill-advised, but he had never done anything particularly underhand or sneaky. He wasn't good at keeping up the facade, wasn't good at telling lies or keeping them straight. He was really good at lying through omission, but outright lying was a skill he had never mastered. He considered things like sneaking around unnoticed and hiding in plain sight, but his strategies never included deception. "Next time I'll just call you," he whines. "Next time?" Ochako shakes her head, but there's a hint of a smile on the corner of her lips. "There better not be a next time. You never know what Michael will want next." "No, Izuku." She stares pointedly at him across the table, and there isn't a single thing about her expression that Izuku likes. He feels his fingers tense around the mug that he's gripping as a frown tilts down the edges of his lips. It's not about what Michael wants. The problem here isn't that Michael asked you to do something. The problem is that you were basically forced to confess to Katsuki. "Still not a confession," Izuku replies. "Just a playlist. And you can't confess more than once?" She presses on as if he hadn't spoken at all. This time it's Izuku's turn to look unimpressed as he stares back at her. "Are you forgetting how many times he's heard me play that playlist?" If it were a confession, he would know by now. That earns a sigh from Ochako as she leans back in her chair too. "You're right. I guess you're just going to have to confess with your own words." Immediately, Izuku is flying out of his seat, hot coffee pouring onto his shirt and lap. He's aware that it's still far too hot, but he barely even feels it as he nearly throws the mug onto the table, rushing to grab a napkin and dab at his shirt. "There's nothing to confess. How many times do I have to tell you that?" When his napkin completely soaks through, Ochako offers her napkin to him and he takes hastily, continuing to blot at his soaking clothes. This isn't a new conversation for them. In fact, it's usually one of those conversations that's old and well-worn, the kind that Izuku can almost mindlessly sink into because he's said his part of it so many times it's just habit at this point. Usually there isn't such an electric jolt down his spine when she suggests that he confess his non-existent feelings to Katsuki. Because he doesn't have feelings for Katsuki, not like that, anyways. Katsuki is a vital part of his life, he won't deny that. And earning Katsuki's respect and his genuine friendship is probably Izuku's greatest achievement, even better than becoming the #1 hero. More than anything else, he's proud of how far he and Katsuki have come together and how much they've both grown. And all of that is fine, he has no problem admitting those things out loud because those are simple facts about someone who means a lot to him. But anything more than that would be ridiculous. Because Katsuki would never entertain it, he'd probably blow Izuku's ass to the moon for even suggesting it. And sure, Izuku put himself in harm's way on a daily basis, but that was necessary. Getting his ass kicked by Katsuki for suggesting something like this was absolutely not necessary. It was something he could predict the outcome of with absolutely no hesitation, so he saw no reason to subject himself to it. And even if there was reason to subject himself to it, he wouldn't do it because there weren't any feelings to confess. Every time he repeats this, he sounds less and less convincing to his own ears. Well, every time you've said it, it hasn't been convincing. Ochako shrugs as Izuku takes his seat. The barista is already hustling at making him another mug of coffee, and he feels bad for having both inconvenienced her and wasted an entire cup of coffee. So I don't know how many more times you'll have to say it, but it'll have to be until you actually sound like you mean it. Have I ever told you that you're a terrible friend? Izuku grumbles as the barista makes her way over, offering him the freshly made drink. He takes it and thanks her profusely, apologizing for the mess he's caused, but she waves him off. Yes. Ochako replies evenly, her smile a little smug around the corners. But you never sound like you mean that either. Kotaro has been in Michael's office more times in the last few weeks than he has been in the previous years that he's worked at this agency combined. He's equally terrified and put out by the summons when he sees it sitting in his email, but he knows he can't refuse. Logically, he knows that every time he has gone to Michael's office recently, it has been a good thing. He's either pitched an idea that's been accepted, gotten praise for how well his idea has gone, or managed to stand in front of two pro heroes and walk out unscathed, despite all odds. But he also knows that all luck runs out eventually, and he feels like the time limit on his has to be ticking. He knocks on the door and then presses inside when summoned, surprised to see someone else in the room besides Michael. Kotaro recognizes Sakai immediately because he's worked with her on a number of PR initiatives in the past, since she's the head of Midoriya's PR team, and it's not uncommon for them to run campaigns together since Bakugo and Midoriya are most often seen together. He's honestly not sure if he's happy to see her or a little dismayed. Kotaro, she greets warmly, smiling at him. Good morning, Kotaro replies to both people in the room, noting the way Michael inclines his head in acknowledgement. He steps further into the room, allowing the door to swing shut behind him, and takes his place in front of Michael's desk, waiting for some sort of explanation. He glances at Sakai, and she doesn't seem to have any more of an idea why she's here than Kotaro does. He likes to think that he hasn't managed to mess this whole thing up already, so it's not particularly likely that Michael has called her in here to take over the cooking show project. She may be Midoriya's PR manager, but this project was about making Bakugo more likable to the public, so it wouldn't make sense to replace him with someone else. Thank you both for coming. I will be both brief and blunt, Michael says as if he can sense the growing unease in the room. As you both are aware, I have been monitoring the response to the cooking show and try my best to read through all the comments to see if there's something more we could be doing. It's really a ridiculous thing for the president of the agency to be doing, but Kotaro would never say such a thing. He had a sneaking suspicion that Michael went out of his way to do this as a sort of break from the other tasks that he was trying to avoid, or the ones that were bogging him down. He had Kotaro, Hanaku, and Hiroto on call to sort through the comments and monitor the response to each and every episode, along with each and every other public appearance that Bakugo ever made. They had been doing this for years. There was no reason for Michael to get so involved now. Part of Kotaro also wondered if Michael's involvement was a symbol of what high stakes this project had, but he tries not to think about that because the pressure was nearly crushing as it was. He didn't need any additional. Of course, Sakai replies when Michael pauses, clearly waiting for an answer. Kotaro tries to shake himself back to the present at hand. Is there something more you think we should be doing? He asks partially because the answer to that question is important and partially because he wants to make it clear that he was listening, even if he was also running panicked circles around the inside of his mind at the same time. Yes, there is one thing. Michael answers and Kotaro feels his stomach drop to his feet. But before we talk about that, there's something else I would like to talk about. There's a long pause before Michael finally just puts the question out there. What do you two know of Dynamite and Deku's relationship? Of their relationship? Sakai asks, clearly confused. The internet seems to be forming this idea that they are, Michael pauses, as if trying to choose his words delicately, and the world seems to be slowing to a stop around Kotaro because this is the most unbelievable situation he's ever been in. Romantically involved. And now it isn't just time that's slowing around Kotaro, the entire world comes to a screeching halt. It's a miracle he's not thrown straight off his feet, tumbling to the ground in sheer surprise at the words. He had been the one who had spent both of the first 2 episodes with Bakugo and Midoriya. Surely he would know. It was true that he had gone to Midoriya in the first place for an idea because it was a well-known fact that Midoriya knew Bakugo best and was always happy and willing to share that information, but that didn't mean romantically involved? Sakai sounds just as surprised as Kotaro feels, and he wonders briefly how she manages to keep her jaw off the ground. No, there's no. Sakai turns her wide gaze on Kotaro, the end of the sentence dying on her tongue in sheer surprise, and Kotaro knows that it's up to him to try and sound more convincing. And he is convinced, sort of. Bakugo's demand that he would only cook if Midoriya cooked with him is quickly rising to the forefront of his mind and making him question an assumption that he had previously never even considered questioning. And there was the fact that he purposely had Kotaro get enough food to cook a second batch for Midoriya. No, Kotaro tries to cut off his own train of thought, shaking his head. No, they're definitely just friends. It really doesn't even sound convincing to his own ears, but he thinks that's more due to the sheer surprise at the question than anything else. There had been one time, a year or so ago, that a rumor had spread about the 2 of them secretly dating. To this day, Kotaro remembers the red flush of anger that had spread across Bakugo's cheeks when Kotaro had informed him of the rumor, the way Bakugo had nearly blown his desk to smithereens in annoyance at the mere suggestion of it. He had mumbled an array of curse words under his desk and then ordered Kotaro to never ever speak of it again. There was absolutely no way. It appears that Deku's playlist has a number of love songs on it. Michael states, clearly trying to offer some sort of explanation for this entirely unexpected question. Okay, Kotaro had noticed all the love songs too when he'd first listened to the playlist. But to be fair, Midoriya had stated that it was the music he liked to listen to when cooking. He may have also stated something to the effect that he didn't cook unless he was with Bakugo, but he had never specifically or explicitly tied the playlist to Bakugo himself. And Bakugo hadn't done anything more than confirm that he'd heard the playlist before. It was a bit of mental gymnastics on the fans' parts to try and take this and turn it into something it wasn't. But that, of course, was not out of the realm for fans to do. They often took things and ran. That's the whole reason he even had a job. If there weren't people constantly misconstruing information and starting rumors, well, he'd have nothing to do. And he had dealt with this exact rumor once before. He probably still has a draft of the speech he'd written last year somewhere that he could dig up and revise to fit the current situation. Kotaro glances to his left to see Sakai going through the same mental calculations, already trying to decide how they were going to spin the story to squash the rumor before it spread any further. Michael, it seems, can see the train of thought both of them are going down, and he halts it before they get any further. I don't want you to address it, he says simply. No confirming it, of course. But I don't want you to deny it either. What? Sakai sounds as incredulous as Kotaro has ever heard her as she whips around to stare at Michael again. You can't be serious. Not addressing a known rumor was as good as confirming it, and everyone in this room knew that with absolute certainty. Taking too long to acknowledge and deny accusations had sunk the career of more than one hero in the past. It was practically a death sentence. Especially considering the fact that these weekly cooking shows were going to be nothing but fuel on the fire. Kotaro knew, with the kind of absolute certainty that came from doing this for many years, that the fans would continue to comb through every second of the cooking episodes, that they would dissect every glance, every smile, every touch. This rumor was the kind of rumor that would grow out of control in absolutely no time, and staying ahead of it was the only viable option if they didn't want to get crushed under it. I am very serious, Michael replies evenly, despite the fact that nobody has ever seen him be anything but serious. Why? Kotaro asks instead, glancing between the 2 other people in the room. At that, Michael smiles. I want to see how they handle it. Or, more specifically, I want to see what happens. Because I do not want you to tell them what the internet thinks. I want to watch this unfold. That's evil, Sakai says, but she sounds more awed by Michael's bold decision than upset by it. It is evil, Kotaro agrees mentally. It's also social suicide if it goes the wrong direction. It's the kind of thing that will either play out in a way that lets them all laugh about it or will cause the agency to see a complete turnover in staffing as they're all shipped out on their asses for the fallout it causes. This entire cooking show has been a risk and Kotaro is starting to wonder if he'd been right to suggest it at all. If damage control needs to be done, we'll do it, Michael assures her. But until that point, I just want things to play out. Truthfully, Kotaro can't even guess what Michael is thinking. Part of the reason the agency has been so successful since he took over is because he doesn't take uncalculated risks. Anything he does, he already knows how it's going to turn out. He doesn't put his heroes in situations that they can't handle, publicly speaking. There's never any accounting for a battle or the craftiness of a villain, but when it comes to public appearances, Michael is very strict. He's not afraid to turn down an interview request or to sit in and guide his heroes on what to say, or more often, what not to say. Everything he does, he plans ahead of time. And it's certainly true that he could have a plan here. Kotaro hopes desperately that he does, it's just that he can't imagine what it could possibly be. When the risk is so great, he finds it hard to believe that Michael would take a gamble like this. Won't it be too late at that point? Kotaro asks because somebody needs to ask. They all know, but somebody needs to say it. It has to be spoken into existence at some point or it's going to eat him alive. Michael looks at him then, stares at him for a long, hard moment and Kotaro thinks that maybe being eaten alive by the question would have been better than being scrutinized like this. But then Michael smiles and it's actually surprisingly reassuring. You're with them all the time? He says generously, and I trust you and your judgment completely. If you think we're reaching the point where things could go bad, I trust that you'll come to me and we can figure out a plan. Most people would thrive under such effusive praise from Michael, but Kotaro isn't most people and instead he feels like wilting under it. It seems to raise the bar even higher and it was already so far above his head that he could barely graze it with his fingertips if he jumped. Now it felt like the bar was entirely out of his reach. It also made him feel like he had to scrutinize every interaction Bakugo and Midoriya shared, had to analyze all the details of their relationship and keep a trained eye out for even the slightest of changes. Because the fans would notice it, the fans noticed everything so he had to notice it first. Of course. He inclines his head in acknowledgement to Michael and mentally begins to wonder whether or not he can find someone to help him with this while keeping it a secret. Sakai would be more than willing but Kotaro knew that her plate was full with other things at the moment. Being the PR executive for the #1 pro hero was more work than Kotaro could even imagine. The number of interview requests alone was astounding, and Midoriya was so widely liked for his kind personality and it just escalated from there. So Kotaro didn't want to add more to her plate if he could help it. Sakai is watching him, an apologetic smile on her face as if she knows what it is that he's thinking. She probably does, honestly. Their initiatives had always been successful when they were working together because they both thought and planned in the same way and they had managed to form a good friendship on that basis. What was the other thing? She asks, probably as an attempt to spare Kotaro any more conversation about this. You said that there was something else that should be done? Michael's smile remains as he glances between them. I wouldn't say it's something else to be done. He turns his gaze solely to Kotaro as he says, I think it's time we start making the show live. Already? Kotaro asks, feeling the same level of alarm as he'd felt just moments ago. Briefly he wonders if there will be a moment where his body just outright adapts to the panic and stops responding in such a dramatic way. He doesn't know if that would be a blessing or a curse. We've only had 2 episodes. 2 successful episodes, Michael points out. And I've been told that they required very little editing. It was true, there had been very little footage to cut out. The first week Midoriya and Bakugo had fought over the apron and some of that material had been cut out, but last week they'd edited almost nothing. The public seemed to love the way they bickered with each other, so Kotaro had taken a chance and left all of that footage in, and he'd been absolutely right. It seemed to be everyone's favorite part. The only thing he'd really gotten rid of last week was some of the time when the foot was cooking just to keep the length of the episode down. But if they were going to go live, he has no doubt that they would find something to fill that time with to keep the audience entertained. Already he's picking more stories from their childhood and empty threats. And honestly, even Kotaro finds himself smiling a little despite himself. There is something endearing about the way they fight with each other, clearly with no ill intent. Okay, Kotaro replies slowly, thinking through the logistics. They had been preparing from the very beginning to eventually run the show live, so it's not like anyone will be caught off guard or like they haven't been planning for the logistics of it. All the resources they need, Kotaro is already in possession of, and he has a full team who knows how to use and access each piece of technology required. There's no reason that they can't shift this episode to being aired live, but it's still nerve-wracking. You'll have to let them know that they're going to be cooking an hour later. Michael states, but even that isn't a big deal. Again, they had known from the beginning that it would come to this eventually, and usually, once everyone had cleaned up the equipment and headed for the door. Midoriya had yet to even put his shoes on. He usually stood at the door and waved goodbye to everyone, being the one to shut both him and Bakugo back in the apartment. Right? Well, Kotaro glances at Sakai and she only offers him an encouraging smile. I'll get right on informing them. Great. Michael claps his hands, clearly pleased with the outcome of this meeting. Kotaro wishes he could feel the same. Izuku is doubled over and panting, one hand pressed to the brick siding of the nearest building while blood trickles down his cheek. Katsuki is a few feet ahead of him, chest heaving equally as fast, but he has his hand on the back of a villain's neck, pinning the man in place with the clear threat of an explosion. It's been a while since they've had to go all out on a fight like that, and Izuku feels just as good as he does tired. His legs are trembling underneath him as he begs them to keep him standing, but his heart feels full. This villain may have fled from them, but he hadn't caused much damage to the city and there had been no casualties. They had managed to identify the locations of the bombs he'd planted and tip off the police before chasing him down and wresting the detonator out of his grasp. Now all that was left was to wait for the police backup to come and cart him away. You're a wily bastard. Katsuki growls, fingers tight around the back of the man's neck. The villain, to his credit, looks absolutely terrified. His eyes are huge as he stares up at Katsuki and he looks like he might tremble right out of his skin. Katsuki has always had the ability to intimidate people like that, but Izuku had never seen it. Even when Katsuki was at his meanest when they were children, he wasn't scary. There was a difference between being intimidated by Katsuki and being hurt by him, and the first was something that Izuku could say in all honesty that he had never experienced. He'd never been able to see Katsuki in that light and he knew that he wasn't ever going to be able to. Dynamite, sir, the villain replies, swallowing thickly as he tries and fails to keep a steady voice. I'm really sorry. I swear I am. I was put up to it. You have to believe me. I don't have to do shit. Katsuki replies gruffly. Save your sob story for the police. Kaken, Izuku chides gently, finally standing up to go join the other two closer to the end of the alley. Katsuki shoots him a reproachful look but doesn't say anything else. Mr. Deku, the villain pleads, and really he's more of a kid than anything else. Izuku remembers being that age, remembers all the things that had been uncertain for him, all the things he would have done if someone had told him they would help him reach his dreams. You believe me, don't you? And this is why Katsuki and Izuku are better as a team. Katsuki has no interest in hearing the kid's story, no interest in whether he's innocent or not, but Izuku does. His heartstrings are already straining at the look on the kid's face, at the way he's trembling beneath Katsuki's fingertips. Izuku isn't stupid, but he's sympathetic and that has been used against him before. I'll be happy to hear your side of the story, Izuku assures the kid gently, and to look at it fairly. I know that sometimes bad things happen to good people. The kid nearly sags under Katsuki's grip at Izuku's words and Katsuki sends Izuku an unimpressed glare. Before anyone can say anything else, the sound of sirens fill the air and suddenly there are flashing lights at the end of the alley. The kid puts up no fight at all as the police approach, allowing himself to be handcuffed and loaded into the back of the car without incident. The police spend a brief few minutes updated Izuku and Katsuki on the situation of the bombs and Izuku hands the detonator over. All in all, It sounds like the situation turned out as good as it possibly could have, and it makes the unbearable ache in Izuku's legs worth it. Once everyone has been briefed on where the situation stands, the police take their leave and Izuku finally allows himself to sag into the wall at his side, sliding down until he's sitting on the ground. He knows that he has to make it home, and he will, but he needs a few minutes to rest before he even tries. Katsuki crouches down in front of him, reaching a gentle hand out to touch Izuku's cheek. Does this hurt? The wince Izuku gives in reaction to Katsuki's pressing is answer enough. The frown that finds Katsuki's lips is deep as he reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small handkerchief he had gotten into the habit of carrying, pressing it against Izuku's skin and dabbing gently at the blood. You dumbass, he chides as he cleans Izuku up. I told you that rubble was falling. I know, Izuku replies weakly, his chest feeling tight at Katsuki's proximity, as the delicate way he's caring for Izuku. But I couldn't get out of the way fast enough. That's because you were saving a cat? Katsuki admonishes, clearly unhappy with the situation. Izuku smiles a little sheepishly, but he doesn't regret anything. The cat was fine. Izuku was fine in the grand scheme of things, and they had caught the villain. A few small cuts here or there wasn't going to be a big deal in his day-to-day life. There had been a time in his life where he'd felt like he was in the hospital every week for broken bones. He could take a few scrapes. I'm fine, Kaken. Izuku reaches up and brushes his hand gently against Katsuki's wrist, stilling his hand where it's currently dabbing at the blood on his cheek. Katsuki glares down at him, but it lacks the familiar bite that Izuku had been subjected to for so many years of his life. If anything, it has an exasperated and almost fond edge to it that makes Izuku want to smile. You're lucky, is all Katsuki says in response, pressing back into a standing position and stuffing the handkerchief back into his pocket. Now get your stupid ass up so we can get home. Izuku has moments sometimes where he realizes that his life turned out to be every dream he'd ever had as a child, and then some. He got to not only meet his idol but be mentored by him. He and Katsuki mended their friendship and they both ended up as pro-heroes who were admired by the public. On top of that, he had a group of friends that he loved dearly and that loved him just as dearly. If little Izuku could see him now, well, he'd probably cry, honestly. That was a habit Izuku was glad to be mostly rid of. But the point remained that little Izuku would be so proud, filled with so much unbridled happiness that it would spill over and drown everyone around him. And this was one of those moments. Looking up at Katsuki as he extended a hand down to Izuku, both of them covered in dirt and a little bit of blood, Izuku realizes how much he loves his life. He has the satisfaction of a job well done, the knowledge that the city is safer because of the two of them. Coming, Izuku says with a smile as he reaches up and allows Katsuki to haul him to his feet. Once his feet are steady underneath him, they take off towards the end of the alley together, falling into step with each other as they go. The air between them is silent but companionable, and Izuku tries not to ruin it with his thinking, but there are words in the back of his mind that sound suspiciously like Ochako, threatening to come forward and break the peace that he's found. Ochako has been insisting for a while that Izuku feels something other than friendship for Katsuki, even though Izuku has never said anything to indicate that would be the case. And the truth of the situation is that Izuku has never really thought about it, never really inspected his feelings. Well, because he knows that Katsuki only sees him as a friend. He had fought tooth and nail just to get that badge of friendship. He wasn't going to push his luck and ask for more. Even though he had faith now that Katsuki would never walk out on him or leave him behind, there was always the chance that things would take a turn that Izuku didn't like. And he loved his life exactly as it was right now, so he wasn't going to do something stupid like inspect his feelings and realize that some part of him was discontent, that some part of him wanted more. The playlist was a playlist, nothing more or less, no matter what everyone around him said. The end of the alley opens up before them and they spill out into the busy street, people smiling and waving at them. Izuku is tired, absolutely exhausted after running all over the city, but those Ochako-like words are a powerful force and they're demanding his attention. Race you back to the agency, Izuku declares, taking off before Katsuki can even reply. He hears a few choice words thrown his way before the telltale sound of Katsuki's explosion that tells Izuku he has taken the bait. His legs won't hold out for long, but they should hold out long enough for him to leave those thoughts in the dust. It's not uncommon for hero work to pick up this time of year. Katsuki honestly blames it on the weather. Izuku always rolls his eyes when Katsuki says that, teasing him for thinking that villains wait until a certain season to execute all their criminal plans, but there really does seem to be some truth to it. Katsuki's main argument is simply that it's easier to do things in the summer than it is in the winter. Snow shows footprints and slows a lot of people down. Izuku always smiles this fond smile and rolls his eyes, but he never outright denies Katsuki's points. Whether he's actually right or not, the truth remains that they always seem to be busiest in the summer. Which honestly is great for him. With a quirk that relies on sweat, running around in the heat of summer only makes him more powerful. It also makes him more tired, but that's the price of working as a hero. It's not like he assumed hero work would be easy, it's not like he didn't expect to be dead tired at the end of the day. There's something like the feeling of aching muscles that screams job well done, that comes with a feeling of accomplishment. Still, during busy weeks like this, Katsuki feels like he's barely dragging himself through. It takes 2 emails from Kotaro to remind him that he's supposed to pick a dish to cook and that he has a grocery list that he's required to provide. He considers not replying to the second email either, though admittedly he'd simply forgotten about the first email, not outright chosen to ignore it, but he knows that it'll just give him more trouble. So he scrounges around in his brain for a recipe that's easy enough to make and shoots off the email before crashing. Most of the week goes by like that. Work all day and barely make it in the door before he's asleep. He feels like Izuku with the stack of paperwork on his desk that needs to be completed. He barely remembers to throw his hero uniform in the dryer before falling asleep and doesn't even eat breakfast for at least half of the days. A few of the nights, he didn't even make it to his bed, instead crashing on the couch and having to wake up early to shower before going back into work. And somehow, in that state, the days still manage to pass. Somehow, Katsuki finds himself standing in his kitchen, staring down at the bag of ingredients that Kotaro has provided him while the lighting crew sets up all the same lights that Katsuki is starting to get used to seeing. Somehow, it seems, time moves on at a relentless pace, whether Katsuki is moving with it or not. It's comforting in a way, but it's also daunting in a way. Katsuki had been so looking forward to having a night off because cooking hardly counted as work compared to chasing villains around the city, catching crumbling bits of buildings, and carrying people out of the way of damage. Of course, his ideal day off wouldn't have his apartment filled with a bunch of strangers and a lot of bright lights, but there are compromises that he's been forced to make, and today he's too tired and achy to really care about it. It's still an upgrade, and that's all he's going to focus on. Did I forget something? Kotaro asks, leaning over the counter to stare into the same bag of ingredients that Katsuki was currently staring into. I double-checked the list. Katsuki blinks, allowing the moment to come back to him. Kotaro had laid the bag out in front of him. He remembers that. He's not sure at what point he started drifting away in his tired state, but the ingredients are still sitting in the bag with the bag half open. He hasn't really been seeing anything that's in front of him, and he knows that he has to get it together. It's just over an hour of time, and then he'll actually be able to relax the way he wants to. No, Katsuki replies, finally moving his tired arms to reach into the bag and start pulling things out. Everything is here. Kotaro shoots him a worried expression but doesn't say anything else as Katsuki methodically removes each item from the bag and places it on the counter next to him. Normally, when they get as busy as they are, Katsuki and Izuku will find a way for them to recharge together. Which essentially means that Izuku will barge his way into Katsuki's flat and stay there, planting them both on the couch with takeout and the latest All Might movie, demanding that neither one of them touches their phone for the night. They always start out with big plans of getting all the way through the movie so they have some time to rest and relax, but Izuku is always asleep before the halfway point and Katsuki is never far after him. They sleep the entire night, practically dead to the world with their fatigue, and wake up in the morning sore from sleeping on a couch that's too small for one person, let alone two. And yet they both feel more refreshed somehow anyways. Usually when they get one day off, they actually get 2 days off. It's something Izuku had bargained for long before either one of them had hit so high up on the charts, and it was something they had both clung to as they'd moved up in popularity. Michael was pretty cool about it, honestly. Unless something unprecedented happened, he had no problem allowing them their 2 days off in a row and made it clear that nobody was to contact them on their days off, which made relaxing actually possible. On the second day, that's when Izuku would usually get them to do something that actually counted as relaxing or productive. It was always one or the other. A lot of the time, he would bring all of his laundry over to Katsuki's so that he could wash and fold it all there instead of having to leave and go home. Katsuki always grumbled about it, telling Izuku that he had a perfectly functional washing machine in his own apartment, but he never actually considered kicking Izuku out. It was nice to have his idle company there, even when they were doing separate things and not talking. This was, of course, when they cooked together the most. After a busy week, one of the things they both craved the most was a decent, home-cooked meal. Takeout was great and delicious, but something cooked at home always hit different and tasted better. They would always end their second day off together in Katsuki's kitchen, Izuku stealing the Bluetooth speaker as he sang, standing at the counter and doing the few tasks that Katsuki trusted him with, munching on things as he worked. Katsuki would do the bulk of the cooking and Izuku would do the bulk of the cleaning, and together it worked out well, even if it meant that Katsuki had to listen to shitty music. That was the kind of night he would like to have tonight, just the two of them alone in the kitchen. Not this big production. Because they've been sent on separate missions lately, their efforts divided, and this has put them at opposite schedules. Katsuki hasn't even seen Izuku in a few days. Not since they caught that villain and Izuku chose to save a fucking cat instead of himself. Katsuki would be more annoyed about it if it wasn't such an on-brand thing for Izuku to do. He'll never forget glancing over his shoulder to warn Izuku of falling rubble only to see the idiot clinging a stupid cat to his chest, staring above him with wide eyes. It's not the first memory Katsuki has of Izuku doing stupid shit, and he knows it won't be the last. The only saving grace is that Izuku didn't come out of it with any more than a few scratches. Something clatters in the background and Katsuki whips his head around to see one of the lighting people apologizing as they pick up a piece of equipment that they had dropped. A few people step in to help untangle cords and straighten the stand it's supposed to go on, but it's clearly under control, so Katsuki doesn't give a shit anymore. He turns his attention back to what he was doing, what he was supposed to be doing, but his brain is too tired to focus the way it needs to. All the ingredients are staring back at Katsuki and he knows that he's supposed to be doing something right now, but he doesn't know what. He scrubs a hand across his face and tries to drag his mind into focus, to get the gears turning as he remembers what he's supposed to be doing. This isn't fucking hard, he tells himself sternly. He can cook damn near anything in his sleep. It's just a matter of putting a few ingredients together. He can do this. He's just so tired, and he has a sneaking suspicion that he knows why it's more tired than usual. It's because the never-ending well of energy that he usually relies on to keep him going is currently absent from the apartment, which leaves Katsuki with nothing to perk him up or keep him going. "Have you heard from Izuku?" Kotaro asks as if he had been reading Katsuki's mind, approaching the opposite side of the counter, and Katsuki realizes that he has no idea when Kotaro had walked away from him or how long he'd been staring blankly at the counter. "We're supposed to start in less than 10 minutes and he's not here." Katsuki wasn't worried. Izuku was notorious for cutting things to the last minute like this. He always overcommitted himself, agreeing to more things than he could possibly manage. It wasn't at all uncommon for him to be running almost late. If he were going to be actually late, he would let Katsuki know. No matter how busy Izuku was, he always found a quick 10 seconds to shoot Katsuki a text updating him. It was something Katsuki used to find unbearably annoying, but ever since they had gotten closer, he found that he appreciated it. He would never tell Izuku that, but he would at least respond to the text in some way to indicate that he'd gotten it, and he figured that was enough. So, instead of answering, Katsuki pulls out his phone and glances at it for notifications, only to see that there aren't any. Whatever Izuku was doing, he was going to be on time. Maybe on time to the exact second, but on time regardless. That much, Katsuki was certain he could rely on it. He glances back at Kotaro and shakes his head, noting the way Kotaro frowns in clear worry and displeasure. Kotaro is actually not a bad PR person to work with. For the most part, he does his best to minimize interactions with Katsuki and to end conversations quickly. He's never outright said that he's scared of Katsuki, but Katsuki assumes there has to be some amount of that in there with the way he seems to keep his distance. Still, he talks to Katsuki when he needs to, leaves him alone when he can, and overall he's been successful with his endeavors to appeal to the public. Plus, it turns out he likes spicy food the same way Katsuki does, and he has respect for that. He'd worked with a few other PR people in the earlier parts of his career, and they had tried too hard to make Katsuki into something he wasn't, always chiding him for his bad attitude or trying to wash bad words out of his mouth. It had clearly never been successful because Katsuki wasn't going to be told what kind of reputation he needs to have. He was going to be himself, he was going to defeat heroes, and he was going to say fuck while doing it. That's just how it was going to go. And Kotaro, for his part, seemed to understand that. So he never tried to change Katsuki, he just worked with whatever Katsuki gave him and tried to give it a positive spin. And that was a working relationship that Katsuki could get behind. There's murmuring in the background and Katsuki chooses to ignore it, moving to his fridge to grab out a drink. He needs caffeine or a slap to the face, something to wake him up before this whole thing happens. He has the next 2 days off, so he knows that he's at the home stretch now, but that still doesn't change how long he knows the next hour and a half is going to feel. The last 2 episodes had felt like they'd taken much longer than an hour, and this was their first time live streaming, so Katsuki was certain that this was going to drag on. Kotaro had said that he was going to have access to the chat while they cooked, and he was playing around with the idea of reading comments or questions out loud to them while they cooked. Katsuki didn't want to answer a single question, but he knew that Izuku would get a good kick out of it and would love rambling on in response to whatever the fans had to say. Above all else, Izuku seemed to be the most alive when he was interacting with other people. It was one of his favorite things to do, and he could practically picture Izuku jumping for joy when Kotaro told him, "You might have to start without him," Kotaro says, still looking at him with a worried expression, and that finally gets Katsuki to acknowledge the situation. "Hell no," he replies around sips of his drink. "The deal was that I cooked while Deku was there. He barely had enough energy to stay standing at this countertop. He wasn't going to have the energy to get through cooking the entire meal if he didn't have Izuku here to perk him up and keep him going. Plus, someone other than him needed to deal with the fans. So there wasn't a chance in hell that he was going to start the show without Izuku." "I understand," Kotaro says, and he almost sounds apologetic. He looks a little panicked, constantly glancing at his watch and then at the door, but he doesn't outright say how nervous he is. But nobody can get in touch with him and nobody has heard from him. "I'm not sure there's another option." Katsuki caps his bottle and sets it down a little too roughly on the counter. "He'll be here. But he'll be here," he repeats firmly, staring at Kotaro as if daring him to try and disagree again. Kotaro never gets the chance because the door swings open at that moment, drawing the attention of everyone in the kitchen. Discriminating taste. Cooking with Dynamite. Episode 3, Nakjibakium. Follow along with Dynamite's recipe here. Starting soon. The episode should have started 5 minutes ago. 6 minutes, 7. The clock keeps ticking and the screen stays black with starting soon scribbled across the middle. The chat is alive with theories. Peretti. It's the first live show. Technical problems were practically a guarantee. Everyone was understanding and anxious, the two energies mixing together as words flew across the chat box on the side of the screen, almost too fast to read as more and more people continued to click on the stream. They had started advertising this as a live show only a few days ago, but word had spread amongst the fans quickly. Everyone had known from the beginning that it was possible that the show would start airing live, but now that it was here, there was too much excitement to be contained. Nobody knew if there would be any interaction, but something about the sheer knowledge that they would be watching their favorite heroes in real time was thrilling. It was cool to think that they would know what Deku and Dynamite were doing at that very moment, and everyone was eagerly counting down the minutes, even though they didn't have any idea how much longer they would be counting since the show was running late. Finally, when it's 8 minutes past the hour, the screen flickers. For one long second, it's just completely black, the words that had been filling up the middle of the screen gone. And then Dynamite's kitchen fades into view and the speed of the messages showing up in the chat somehow manages to double as everyone starts cheering and chattering excitedly, the energy bouncing between all the fans and only growing with each message that appears. Dynamite is standing in what the fans have come to recognize as his normal spot behind the counter. It's right in the middle of the screen with the stove behind him and the sink off to the far right. The bar stools that Deku usually sits at are to the left of the screen, but they're currently empty. Everyone seems to notice all at once, and suddenly everyone is demanding to know where Deku is. Black cats are good luck. Where's Deku? We want DKU. Bulai 01. DU. Hi, everyone. A voice comes from off the screen and everyone recognizes Kotaro immediately, even though he can't be seen. Thank you for joining us for our first live stream. Sorry we were a little delayed. You aren't the one who should be apologizing, Dynamite says from the center of the screen, but his gaze is focused somewhere behind the camera that nobody could see. He looks a little annoyed, but mostly he just looks tired as he clearly watches someone approach the kitchen counter. It's Deku's fault? I'm sorry. Deku's voice comes a moment before he rushes on screen, fingers still fiddling with the bottom buttons on his shirt. His hair is wet, the curls flatter than everyone is used to seeing, hanging tight to the curve of his neck and ear. He's hastily trying to button up a shirt that doesn't seem to fit him all that well, the tails of the shirt at least halfway down his thighs and the sleeves almost covering his hands as they try to work hastily. He shuffles around the counter and nearly trips as he appears to try and drag the stool away from the counter with his foot, his hands still busy. For fuck's sake, Dynamite says when Deku stumbles 2 steps past the stool and almost bumps into him. He seems to reach out instinctively to try and catch Deku, a hand bracing his shoulder and stopping him from going any further. Just chill out, Deku. Deku looks up at Dynamite, eyes wide, but whatever he's going to say seems to die on his tongue the moment that Dynamite reaches out to bat his hands away, taking the bottoms of the shirt into his own hands and buttoning it with much more ease than Deku was managing it before. Deku freezes completely, red dusting his cheeks as his hands hang limply in the air between his and Dynamite's bodies, his wide eyes fixed on Dynamite's face as Dynamite leans just the tiniest bit closer to see the buttonholes better. Dynamite works easily, but not as quickly as it seems like he could, dragging his hands down the fabric and lifting the buttons up closer to his face to make it easier. By the time he's buttoning the final button, a small sliver of Deku's stomach is visible, but Deku still doesn't move, completely transfixed. The chat, of course, goes unbelievably wild. My heart's like paper, you guys saw that right? Right? Eyes. Vikalovus fandoms, OMG? Dynamite doing Deku's shirt up for him? See no evil monkey, see no evil monkey, see no evil monkey, exclamation mark. XXX ice lily XXX. Dynamite being tender? Please pleading face, folded hands pleading face. Squishy underscore princess. Deku's face is so red he's going to combust smirking face fire. The Dynamite says nonchalantly after he's finished with the buttons. He releases the tails of the shirt before smoothing a hand down Deku's stomach to flatten the shirt back out. Immediately after, he stands upright as if nothing significant happened, but instantly shoves his hands in his pockets, the only tell that this was an abnormal interaction for them. Now sit your ass down and just breathe or something. Deku stands, frozen in his place, for at least 3 more seconds before he seems to finally shake himself out of it and moves towards the stool. With his hands free this time, he manages to properly pull the stool out and sit down on it, folding his arms on top of the counter and looking at if he wants to collapse in on himself. All of his movements seem uncoordinated and jerky, something he absolutely was not known for but was understandable given the circumstances. Dynamite still looks tired himself, but he seems to shake the edge of it off as he watches after Deku, a few lines of concern in his expression. Once Deku has taken his seat and seems at least moderately situated, he turns to gaze at Dynamite, mumbling a fond but dazed, "Thanks, Kaken." Dynamite rolls his eyes in response and instead gestures towards the camera without saying anything. It takes Deku a long second to bring his brain back to the moment, glancing where Dynamite is gesturing before realizing what it is that he's supposed to be doing. Right? Deku perks up almost immediately, turning to glance at the camera himself and clearly trying to shake off anything that just happened, not that the fans have any intention of letting that happen. Sorry for the delay, everyone. But welcome back. I'm really excited that you're joining us live tonight. Immediately, everyone starts talking in the chat. The conversation had lulled only for a moment while everyone had watched Dynamite button Deku's shirt, but now that it's over, the chat is once again flying. The messages are still hard to read with how fast they're flying, but there always seems to be a common theme amongst the chat. Currently, it's calling for an explanation. And that Kotaro seems to see. Because he clears his throat and both Deku and Dynamite look off to the right-hand side of the screen, where Kotaro must be sitting. Everyone wants to know what happened, he says after a moment, and he sounds really hesitant. He quickly adds, if you're willing to share. There's a common theory among the fans that Kotaro is more than just a PR manager, but instead actively spends his time wrangling Deku and Dynamite into whatever they need to be doing. He seems to be successful at it, though, because they always show up where they need to be and they seem to react fondly to him. He seems to handle them kindly, giving them space or breathing room when they need it, and that seems to serve everyone well. Like right now, where they do nothing more than respond with a shared glance before Deku turns back to the camera. There's a genuine smile that spreads across Deku's lips as he sits upright again. Of course, yeah. He scrubs a hand through his nearly dripping hair and looks directly at the camera as if he were able to see the people on the other side that he was talking to. Like Kaken said, it's my fault we were delayed. I was on my way over and got caught in the rain. I had no idea it was supposed to rain today. I tell you all the damn time to check the weather. Dynamite cuts in, scowling at Deku. Deku is entirely unfazed, pressing on without hesitation. So I didn't have an umbrella with me. I made it here in time, but I was soaking. Even more than I am now. He laughs lightly. Kaken was kind enough to lend me one of his shirts so I could change instead of freezing. And looking like a disaster, Dynamite adds. Deku inclines his head in acknowledgement, the smile still on his lips as he concludes. So that delay was me changing. There's another momentary lull where everyone seems to take in this information, and then the chaos is back. Rosenshield, did Deku just say he's wearing Dynamite's shirt? Omega? Dark_Dreams 13. Dynamite buttoned Deku into his own shirt, grinning face with big eyes, double exclamation mark. Ilark, what is Dynamite? Claim your man. Starstruck, smirking face, relieved face, double exclamation mark. Both Dynamite and Deku are looking off to the right side of the screen again after Deku finishes his explanation, clearly focused on Kotaro. Deku's eyebrows draw together as they keep looking, as if they're waiting for something. Finally, Deku asks, what did everyone say? Kotaro's response is quick and a little strained. Nothing. Deku glances at Dynamite, who returns the gaze, scowling again. They seem to share a silent conversation in the brief moment that they're looking at each other, and the electricity that had been starting to build before when Dynamite was buttoning the shirt only amplifies further. Nothing. Dynamite repeats. Nope. Kotaro says hastily. Nothing. Feel free to get on with the cooking. Luciana_27_. Kotaro knows we're onto something. Mouth-eye exclamation mark. Aketwig 18. Tell them the truth, Kotaro. Tell/us/the truth. Oh? Whatever. Dynamite replies with a shrug. It's hard to tell if he's letting it go, if he's too tired to be interested, or if he genuinely doesn't care. The general population would believe the latter, but everyone in this live stream was a fan of Dynamite's and knew that there was more to him than just the contrary side the general public knew him for. Let's just get on with it. And just like that, they start to dive into the cooking. Everything settles down while Dynamite explains the list for the night. Nakjibakium. He sets to work explaining how to prepare the octopus, the safest way to get rid of the beak and the chunks that it needs to be cut into. Once he's gotten the octopus prepared, he moves on to chopping vegetables, explaining his preferences, Deku's preferences, and how he will once again be decreasing the spice level to match Deku's tolerance. Deku flushes a little at that, but smiles up at Katsuki anyways, and it's actually quite charming. Dynamite pulls out a few new bowls as he continues to cut up the vegetables, placing the carrots in the bowl to his left and the cabbage in the bowl to his right. It seems to be quiet on the set while he works, and Dynamite seems to get into the zone, laser-focused on what he's doing. Deku seems to acknowledge this, turning to glance to where Kotaro is again. He seems to be waiting for something and then seems to get whatever it is he's waiting for, turning back towards the camera to address the audience through the screen. It's strange how he can make it feel like someone is being personally spoken to even though he's absolutely unable to see a single person who has tuned into their stream. It's one of his personality traits that everyone loves about him, the way he makes everyone he interacts with feel important. Well, while Kaken prepares everything, do you guys have any questions for us? He asks, a bold and probably damning offer. And, predictably, the chat does. So many questions fill up the screen that it would be a wonder if Kotaro was able to pick one. There is a noise off to the side of the screen that sounds like Kotaro humming as he tries to pick a question. There's a lot here, he says after a moment. Can you show me? Deku asks, moving to rise from his chair. Angel under 512. Kotaro go to the asterisk. Camilla Rivera. Will Kotaro finally make an appearance? Clapping hands, kissing face with closed eyes. R0 AM 1ing. Please let us see Kotaro, please. Sparkling heart, weary face, 2 hearts. There's a quiet noise of surprise and then Kotaro clears his throat, quietly mumbling, sure, I'll bring you the tablet. And then Kotaro shuffles on screen, pointedly not looking at the camera as he crosses in front of the counter and moves around it to take a stool next to Deku. He offers the tablet to Deku, still not having looked up from his feet a single time. He exudes discomfort as Deku scrolls through the comments, laughing. What is it? Dynamite asks, scraping another 2 chopped up carrots off of his cutting board and into the bowl on his left. Everyone really wanted to see Kotaro. Deku replies, lifting the tablet and tilting it so Dynamite can see all the comments that are cheering now that he's seated next to Deku, even if he looks like he's trying to shrink in on himself and disappear. Dynamite's eyes scan over the screen, reading a few of the comments before looking up at Kotaro, who is stubbornly refusing to meet anyone's gaze. There's a sharp grin on Dynamite's face as he says, look who's actually the fan favorite. Kotaro stiffens in his spot, finally glancing up to see the matching sly smiles that both of the pro heroes are giving him, his shoulders nearly hiking to his ears. I can go back behind the camera. No! Deku cries immediately, flying forward to latch a hand onto Kotaro's arm and hold him in place. The fans have spoken. They want you here and so do we. Kotaro sighs, sinking back down into his seat. Just answer some questions or something. Please. Deku stares at him for a long moment before seeming to decide that it's safe and he won't flee off screen as soon as he lets go. He releases Kotaro's arm, reaching for the tablet that he had set down in his haste to get to Kotaro. He spends a moment scrolling through comments again while Dynamite returns to cooking. It briefly seems like a companionable silence and everyone starts to focus on what they're doing. Deku scrolls with one hand while the other reaches for the bowl of carrots that are sitting between him and Dynamite, munching idly on it while he selects a question to answer. Okay, he finally says, finger holding down on the screen to try and stop the chat from scrolling so he can read the question. I've seen a couple of the same questions, so I'm going to try and answer those. He glances up at the screen really quick as he reaches for another carrot, taking a bite and swallowing before answering. Yes, this really is Kaken's shirt, that's why it doesn't fit me. I didn't have time to stop at home or else I would have been late. No, I don't wear Kaken's clothes often. I'm not sure why that question was asked so many times. Deku's cheeks dust pink as he answers the question which truthfully had taken up about half of the chat. It was like every other person had been asking it. The internet had taken the theory that Deku was secretly in love with Dynamite and ran with it, as the internet does. It's a normal and expected part of being a fan of someone and nobody had thought twice about it. But usually when theories like this ran rampant, they did so behind the scenes. It was almost hard to watch Deku have to confront it, even if indirectly, because he was so heartfelt and kind and the question was clearly difficult for him to answer. Some people were calling for those types of questions to stop due to Deku's clear discomfort. Others were taking that as fuel for the flame, considering it proof of the theories. What the fuck? Dynamite says, finally pausing from his cutting as he seems to tune back into the situation at hand. Someone asked that? A lot of people asked that, Kotaro confirms, his arms stiff as his hands sit unmoving in his lap. Even before I handed the tablet over, I saw it a bunch of times too. Dynamite's eyebrows draw together before he points the knife in his hand threateningly towards the camera. Stop being a bunch of fucking creeps? He demands. That's weird as shit. Tunafishus Lushanas. F to pay respects to our ship in the chat pensive face broken heart broccoli collision broken heart. Lizzie Undersea. I never knew I needed dynamite threatening me with a knife until I had dynamite threatening me with a knife. Smiling face with hearts kitchen knife smiling face with heart eyes. Okay, Deku draws out the word as he reads the chats, the color on his cheeks darkening. Moving on to the other most asked question, which is whether or not we'll ever be playing my playlist on here. The same anticipation builds up in the chat as they wait for him to address the question that everyone has been wondering. But to everyone's surprise, Deku's included, judging by the expression on his face as he turns to look, Kotaro jumps in and answers. We can't. Thank God. Dynamite says idly. I don't want to hear that shitty playlist any more than I have to. Deku glances over at Dynamite, worrying his lip between his teeth. There seems to be some thought forming inside his mind, it's almost clearly written on his face. It's like everyone can watch the wheels turn inside his mind as he contemplates something. That's something that Deku is generally known for. He's very clever, always thinking multiple steps ahead, and everyone tends to remark about how easy it is to tell when he's thinking about something. He jokes that he's always thinking about something so that he must always look like that, but the fans generally believe that he isn't aware of how easy it can be to read his thoughts. Maybe not his thoughts, because he's incredibly brilliant and makes connections that a lot of people overlook, but it's easy to see when he's starting to connect those threads in his mind. In general, Deku tends to be pretty easy to read. He's easy to fluster. Fans have endless stories of him getting flustered when they ask for his autograph or a picture with him, and he's even admitted to being choked up when the heroes he looks up to, admires, and respects feel exactly the same. He wears his heart on his sleeve, crying for the people that are injured in battle and fighting with an unbridled ferocity for the city he loves so much. It's part of the reason he's so popular, because he's so human, despite being the #1 pro hero. Have you even listened to it? Deku finally asks, and it feels like the world takes a collective gasp. The fuck? Dynamite glances up at him. You play it all the fucking time. How could I have not listened to it? No, Deku shakes his head in correction. Have you listened to it? Like, could you tell me any of the songs that are on it? It's such a bold question, and certainly nobody expected Deku to be the one asking the questions that the entire fanbase has been wondering about. But they're not going to complain about who is asking as long as they get an answer. The collective gasp that everyone took seems to turn into a held breath as they all wait for Dynamite to either sail their ship or sink it completely. Dynamite pauses and seems to consider his options for a moment before settling on what seems to be the honest answer. I just assume that I'll hate anything you like? That, at least, earns a small, exasperated smile out of Deku. Wait, Kotaro leans forward. You haven't actually listened to the playlist? If you're trying to convince me to let it play on this show, Dynamite shoots Kotaro a serious look. It's not going to fucking happen. There seems to be some thought process happening in Kotaro's mind, but he eventually settles on. Oh, like I said, we can't. Sound guys said it wouldn't work with the audio. Deku seems to visibly relax in his seat. Celestial Star Pow are, if they just yell, we'll be able to hear them over the music. Musical score microphone sparkling heart. Spinning Jenny, we all agree that we're going to start the playlist at the start of every episode together, right? They might not play it for us, but we can play it ourselves. Tfishoingun, all I want is TOC Dynamite react to the love songs on Deku's playlist. It's all I'm living for face with steam from nose I, firecracker firecracker. Kotaro glances at Deku, and if there's something written in his expression, Deku ignores it. The fandom will surely be back to examine it more closely in the future, the screen caps going viral in a matter of hours. But for the time being, everyone is happy to let it slide as Deku starts to scroll through the comments again for some change of topic. Deku! Dynamite yells all at once. Did you eat all the fucking carrots? Dynamite whips around, his knife clambering to the ground. Deku glances up, the guilty expression immediately on his face. He clearly scrambles for an excuse, but nothing comes to mind. It's lucky, at least, that he finished eating his last carrot a few minutes ago. He would have been even guiltier if he'd been caught with it still in his hand. What the fuck are you? A bunny? Dynamite seeds. Did you know that bunnies actually aren't supposed to eat carrots? Deku tries to deflect. It's like, Deku. Dynamite warns. They make charged eye contact and the silence suddenly feels filled with that same electricity that seems to always be simmering just under the surface with them. Well, Kotaro leans back in his chair and seems to glance at the floor behind the counter that's out of view of the camera. He is wearing bunny slippers. The incredulous look spreads across Dynamite's face as slowly as the red creeps down Deku's neck. I was soaking wet. Deku protests before Dynamite can say anything else. I was freezing. I needed warmth. I shouldn't have let you keep those here. Dynamite seems to mutter to himself before speaking more directly to Deku. Get your ass up. You're cutting up the rest of the carrots to make up for what you ate while I keep cooking. Fine. Deku sighs as he stands up from his seat and approaches Dynamite. Amos Phantom, let us see the slippers. Wait, Kotaro says before Deku makes it all the way there. They want to see the slippers. Deku brightens up immediately as Dynamite groans, dropping his head back on his shoulders. He sneers at Deku's grin before walking away to begin pulling a pan out from the cupboard just next to the stove. Deku takes a step back to give him space and then lifts one of his legs up, propping his heel on the countertop and twisting to try and give as clear of a view of his slipper as possible. The slippers in question are about as fluffy as possible, all white except for the eyes, the pink nose, and the pink inside the floppy ears. They look soft even through the screen, and it's somehow the most endearing thing anyone has ever seen Deku do. More than that, the fact that Dynamite said that Deku keeps them at his place has everyone going wild. There had been a lot of chatter before the episode started about the love songs on Deku's playlist and even more. Theories on what Dynamite and Deku are to each other. There were those who had believed they were secretly dating since the last rumor came out, those who just jumped on the bandwagon, and those who were holding out the belief that they were just friends. But the last group seemed to be crumbling more and more with each passing second of this episode. The way Dynamite buttoned Deku's shirt, his shirt that Deku was wearing, the way Deku blushed at the mention of the playlist, and now the fact that Deku kept a pair of bunny slippers at Dynamite's house had damn near everyone crumbling and coming up with their own theories. It was probably a good thing that Kotaro was back in charge of the tablet because Deku would probably be a stuttering mess if he were to read everything that was being mentioned. Get your fucking foot down. Dynamite straightens up with his selected pan in hand, smacking Deku's ankle and knocking his foot away from the counter. And cut some damn carrots so I can explain the next steps. They exchange another glance as Dynamite reaches out to flick Deku on the forehead. It's clearly gentle, almost affectionate even, and Deku smiles as he reaches up to place his hand on his forehead in the aftermath. It's that exact dynamic that has everyone so in love with them. Everything that would seem harsh with anyone else seems gentle when it's just the two of them together. There's something about them that softens each other's edges, even if nobody can really put that into words. It's a feeling more than anything else, and it's intoxicating to watch. And then the moment breaks, even though the feeling in the atmosphere seems to have changed. Deku takes up his assigned spot and begins diligently chopping carrots, exactly the same way Dynamite had, popping every fourth one into his mouth as he goes. Dynamite started to explain the next steps in the recipe, yelling at Deku every time he ate a carrot to not ruin his appetite or else he was going to make their food unbearably spicy. Kotaro stayed seated at the counter the whole time, monitoring the chat and reading questions out loud in between Dynamite's instructions. They didn't get any more moments that nearly broke the internet, they didn't get any deep, dark secrets. But they did get the two pro-heroes melting into their element, their energy rising as they talked over each other to try and answer one of the questions or laughed at something the other one said. Honestly, that was just as well. Because everyone just enjoyed seeing Deku and Dynamite work together in the kitchen, bickering as they usually do. Everyone just enjoyed seeing their normal dynamic, the one that seemed true and genuine to how they were when they were alone together. And if they all saved up some questions to ask next time, well, that was their secret. The episode is over and the lights are out and Kotaro finds that he's still sitting at the counter, listening to the tail end of a story that Midoriya is telling. It's not one that he's telling for the crowd, it's a personal story that he's telling just to Kotaro and nobody else. It strikes Kotaro, all at once, that he's sitting here just chatting idly with the number one pro hero. Despite the fact that he works at the hero agency and has had moments of interacting with Midoriya before, he never would have thought the day would come where they were friendly instead of just business associates. Not that Kotaro thinks he and Midoriya are friends, not that he wouldn't want to be friends with Midoriya. There's just eons between the two of them in regards to social status and personality. Kotaro doesn't think he could ever be lucky enough to call someone like Midoriya his friend. You should have seen his face. Midoriya laughs warmly, eyes crinkling as he smiles at Kotaro. Bakugo jumps in from his spot in the seat next to Midoriya, a hint of a smile on the edges of his lips, too. You're a fucking menace, Deku. It's amazing, Kotaro thinks as he watches them interact, that he's treated up close and personal to the very thing that is taking the internet by storm. He had been asked more than once about the friendship they shared, and he'd always been vague when answering that question. Partially because fewer details were ideal in a PR sense, and mostly because he didn't actually know much about their friendship, despite the fact that he worked specifically for Bakugo. But now that he's had a chance to watch them interact more closely, to see the way they really do play off of each other and enhance each other, well, he can see why everyone loves it and why everyone is so entranced by it. Bakugo is gruff, brash, and hard to get to know. He's notorious for lashing out with a colorful array of words. It doesn't seem like he should ever get along with someone like Midoriya, someone who was kind, compassionate, and full of brightness and warmth. There didn't seem to be a way in the world that these two could interact, and yet Kotaro had seen firsthand just how well they worked together. It didn't matter what Bakugo threw his way, Midoriya took it kindly and with just enough amusement to dull the edges of whatever he was saying. He gave back as good as he got, laughed at every sour expression that Bakugo made, and moved on as if it hadn't happened. And Bakugo didn't get irritated when Midoriya brushed him off. He didn't yell and shout, didn't put up a fuss if Midoriya didn't do what he wanted. He, too, seemed to take everything in stride, allowing Midoriya to push boundaries that were clearly set for everyone else and not seeming to care at all when Midoriya waltzed over lines that had been drawn in permanent marker instead of sand. And maybe that's exactly it, Kotaro thinks. Maybe it's the fact that they seem to have a completely different set of boundaries for each other than they do for everyone else. And that makes sense, but it also only comes from years of knowing someone and letting them closer to you. That kind of bond comes from a lot of hard work. Kotaro doesn't know a ton about their history together, just that they grew up together, but he has heard vague mentions of it being tumultuous at times. And that makes more sense with the way he would expect their personalities to mesh. It makes sense that they would fight and argue. So maybe they did, maybe they fought tooth and nail when they were younger only to grow closer as they matured. Maybe the reason they could act the way they did with each other now was because they had earned that right after years of trials and tribulations. Whatever the tail end of Midoriya's story had been, Kotaro had missed it, lost in his observations of the two of them. When he and the crew had first gotten here, Bakugo had looked dead on his feet, barely standing as he'd stared blankly into the bag of ingredients that Kotaro had brought him. He didn't look like that now, though. He looked awake and alive, his face flushed with color as he glared at Midoriya, who was currently sticking his tongue out and sneering a little. He had steadily gotten more and more energy as the show had gone on, with Midoriya's energy rising in sync. They had started the episode off in a frantic, tired frenzy, and they had ended it on a high note of everyone laughing. All right, Bakugo says, stretching his arms overhead. If Midoriya makes a distinct point of looking away, Kotaro pretends he doesn't notice. Michael's voice might be in the back of his head, but he ignores that. You know the deal, Deku. Right? Midoriya agrees easily, pressing into a standing position. He looks ridiculous, honestly, in Bakugo's shirt and his bunny slippers. He's still in a pair of jeans that almost make his legs look small with the large shirt and the puffy slippers, which is impressive because Midoriya does not have small legs at all. He's adjusted his fighting style to be very incorporative of his legs, which means that he trains them frequently and thoroughly, and it also means that he does not have tiny legs. So it's kind of funny to see him looking like he does as he hustles easily around Bakugo's kitchen, heading for the sink. What's the deal? Kotaro asks, relieved to find that nobody needed him to respond to the end of the story that he hadn't listened to. I cook. Bakugo reaches for a water bottle that he had taken out as soon as the show was over. He cleans. It's just another example of the way they work together, constantly finding compromises and putting their strengths together. It's such a simple compromise, but something about it still resonates with Kotaro, and he finds himself smiling a little. Well, I won't interfere. I'll help everyone finish packing up and then we'll be out of your way, he says. The only response he gets is an incline of Bakugo's head, but he supposes that's good enough. He stands from his spot, and it takes a second for him to get his legs under him after sitting for over an hour on bar stools, but he pulls it together pretty quickly and moves around the counter. The lighting crew is mostly done packing up, and Bakugo's kitchen is starting to return to normal. One person is holding the door open while everyone files out with cases of equipment in their hands. Standing a few feet away is the same lighting crew member who had tripped before, and they're struggling to pick up a piece of equipment that's definitely too large for them. Oh, Kotaro hustles to stand on the opposite end of the long, cumbersome piece of equipment. Let me help you with that. They glance up at the sound of his voice and smile a little sheepishly. You're always saving me. Well, I do work with heroes. Kotaro quips easily as he picks up the other end of the object and settles it comfortably into his hands so he can hold it while walking. They're looking back at him with a little bit of surprise and a pleased expression. I guess you do. They lapse into silence for a moment while the lighting crew member picks up their half of the piece of equipment and settles it into their arms as well. Once they have everything settled, Kotaro says, so, before realizing something. I'm sorry. I don't think I ever asked your name before. Oh, they smile at him and they have a faint tint to their cheeks. It's Naoki. I'm sorry for not introducing myself sooner. I'm sorry for not asking, Kotaro says, and he means it. Naoki smiles at him again, and for a moment, Kotaro just observes them. And then he realizes what he's doing and how that must come off, so he quickly shakes himself out of it and asks the question he had been intending to ask at first. So, Naoki, where are we taking this? Naoki gestures with their head towards the door that's still being held open. There's a truck outside. Great. Kotaro starts by taking a few backward steps, Naoki following him easily. They work together well and move smoothly as they carry the equipment towards the door, navigating through the door and around the turn in the hallway with more ease than Kotaro could have possibly expected. They even navigated the stairs pretty easily, with Kotaro bearing most of the weight while Naoki was in charge of most of the steering. They chat idly over the machine between them, and Kotaro finds that they're actually great company, surprising a laugh or two out of him. Once they finally make it outside and load the equipment into the truck, Naoki waits for Kotaro as he jumps down from the truck. Thanks for the help, they say, smiling up at him. Hero. And the only thought Kotaro has at that moment is that he's glad to know they'll be working together again. Izuku waves goodbye to the last of the crew members as he stands at the door, ready to close it behind everyone once they finish piling into the elevator. He smiles warmly as they wave back, but the moment the elevator doors close behind them, he slumps against the door, letting out a sigh. Thank fuck. Katsuki murmurs from his spot on the couch. He already has his feet propped on the table and his head leaning back against the cushions of the couch. He has the remote in his hand but hasn't turned the TV on yet. That was the longest hour I've ever lived. Izuku closes the door softly, padding across the room to drop down on the couch next to Katsuki. Don't be so dramatic, Kaken. It wasn't that bad. Katsuki grumbles something next to him and tosses the remote into Izuku's lap. Pick a damn show. Their night had started off hectic, with Izuku sprinting in the door and creating a puddle in the entryway mere minutes before the show was supposed to start. But it had ended nice. Izuku genuinely enjoyed Kotaro and his presence, and he liked seeing that Kotaro was starting to warm up to them a little. He looked less like he wanted to stand in the corner with his head down now, which had to be improvement. It made Izuku smile to think about, honestly. He liked the idea of breaking Kotaro out of his shell and really getting to know him. He also liked the idea that Kotaro was getting to see the real Katsuki. It would certainly help Kotaro do his job, but that wasn't even the reason it made Izuku happy. He just knew a side of Katsuki that nobody else seemed to know, and it really warmed his heart when other people got to see the side of him that was softer, funnier, a little more laid back. There was a whole side to Katsuki that Izuku cherished, and as much as he didn't like to share that side with anyone else, he didn't like other people to have a wrong opinion of Katsuki either. Izuku flips through the channels on the TV, not really interested in what's on. He and Katsuki had been run absolutely ragged lately. Izuku hadn't even had time to see Katsuki, barely sending a text to check in on him at night. Of course, he kept up to date on all of Katsuki's missions and how they had gone, so he knew that Katsuki wasn't injured, but he could also imagine how completely exhausted he was, too. It sounded like Katsuki had been to every corner of the city over the last week and had put in more than his fair share of hours. Izuku wasn't much different, but they never seemed to overlap what corner of the city they were in. "What do you want to watch?" Izuku asks, turning to look at Katsuki only to find him with his eyes closed, his breathing slowing. Izuku smiles a little to himself as he stands up from the couch and heads to the basket that holds the blankets, drawing one out. There's no point in trying to convince Katsuki to move to bed. He's cranky if his sleep is disturbed. And Izuku has slept on this couch enough times to know that it's comfortable enough, so he's not worried. They have the next 2 days off together, so Katsuki will have time to recover if he wakes up with a sore back tomorrow. He carries the blanket over and drapes it gently over Katsuki, gently tucking the edges around Katsuki's shoulders. Usually he's the one to fall asleep first, to have the feeling of Katsuki draping a blanket over him, but Izuku kind of likes it this way. He likes having the privilege of brushing the longer strands of Katsuki's bangs off of his forehead, smiling down at him gently. He especially likes the moment Katsuki stirs, blinking blearily up at him as he asks, "You're staying, right?" "Yeah," Izuku says easily. "I just have to lock up." And just like that, all the chaos from earlier in the day is forgotten as he falls back into a routine he knows well, one that warms his heart. One that he wouldn't give up for anything.